Oke, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi para viewers. Kali ini main PS dulu ya. Satu atau dua delivery. Kita gasket ya. Oke, selamat menikmati. Selamat menonton. Dan jangan lupa subscribe. Kelile, oh lile belum. Ya.
Let's do this. Turn left. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. all over it.
Oke, pengiriman pertama ya dari Salzburg ke Lille ya. Kita kirim gula seberat 10 ton. Kita gasket.
Here we go.
Oke, kita berangkat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Barang pertama ya. Let's go. Bentar ya, ke air dulu bentar.
suggestions I'd like to know. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Build a sort of replica of the Titanic from baked beans? What are you supposed to do? How would you do the funnels? I don't know. It's 30 minutes to 5.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
University students were on news from van attacks in Nottingham yesterday.
The nation was stunned with that horrific news last year, but now the pain of the families has been compounded by damning evidence showing chances were missed to prevent Valdo Calacane's killing spree. A new report lays bare the extent of the failings. Victim Barnaby Webber's mother, Emma, will join me in the studio to discuss its findings. Nick Ferrari at breakfast, back this morning from 7.
With Vauxhall, the new electric van range designed to energise Britain.
LBC.
If you've been injured in an accident at work, you could be entitled to thousands of pounds in compensation. Talk to Harris Fowler today. For over 25 years, we've helped people who've been injured at work, in a warehouse, a factory, on site, or anywhere. With a 91% success rate, call the award-winning Harris Fowler now. 0800 213 214. It's no win, no fee, no risk. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
TikTok official sponsors of Team GB, and here's Olympic heptathlete Katarina Johnson-Thompson for Great Britain.
I started athletics when my PE teacher said, "Why don't you give all a jump?" And I've been obsessed with athletics ever since. Now, when I want to start something new, I start on TikTok. Like recently, I searched for book talk. It started with a great big dude on it. Now I have a reading list that's 800 meters long. Search Team GB on TikTok and follow the journey to Paris. It starts on TikTok.
Imagine if that me, you know the one, could actually take a pick and be festival fit and get the DJ in too. No need to imagine. Just unfold your new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 and watch as AI and Auto Zoom fits everyone and everything in shot. Now that's defo going on the grid.
Galaxy AI is here in the Galaxy Z Flip 6. Buy now at Sky Mobile from £37 a month, including the new Buzz 3 Pro. Ends 28th of August. See sky.com/mobile for terms.
In Wren's big summer sale, get a net dishwasher for just $149. Offer applies when you buy 5 or more units. Ends the 21st of August.
This is LBC with Ian Payne. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
We've been sent the picture of the day. It could be the week, it could be the month, it could be since we started doing this nonsense from Dave. Just says media
Keep
attachment.
right,
Dave.
and then exit
That's it.
right.
And he sent us it's basically baked beans, but it's a nouvelle cuisine
Exit
picture
right.
of baked beans. I could try and describe it. In fact, I'll try and describe it. But it's
Turn
the sort
right.
of nonsense that you get in those high-end restaurants that mean they can charge you 150 quid for some baked beans. So there's a little sort of pyramid of baked beans, if I can put it that way, and then little tiny lines of tomato sauce next to them. You know the way they do that thing with puddings and cheesecake? Garnish, thank you. And then 4 triangles of toast, slightly burnt. 2 of them are on their sort of crust, so they're like a pyramid sticker. The other 2 have been carefully molded, so the triangle on top of a triangle. So it's kind of the Star of David shape, okay, with a cocktail stick through the 2 pieces of toast. But the added excellence, you know, the Michel that makes this is because the top of the toast at the top, the Star of David, sorry, I can't describe it as well, are 2 baked beans that have been skewered by the cocktail stick. Dave, stuff like that, love nonsense. That's just baked bean cuisine. Yeah. Ian says Una. Sorry, Una, I mentioned the fact you said Una, pronounced Una, but I didn't read out your text. My brain runs ahead of me, but you know that. I quite understand. Fewer bog roll sheets argument. When in India, we could buy 1 single cigarette or bidi. Yes, in India, we get a bidi, which is a rolled tobacco leaf plastics. Oh dear, says Una, pronounced Una. Oh dear, wasteful, unnecessary plastic bottles, Ian. You need education as soon as possible. Oh yeah, a toothpaste can come in a bar. Can it? Sometimes it's black. Does anybody get fooled by that stuff? Is that? Have you seen that ad where the guy he gets he gets purple, he gets the colour purple, and he gets a banana, I think it is, and he gets a banana and he walks behind the screen with an infrared purple light on it, and the banana turns white. So they've done UV light. So what it's like seeing traces of blood in CSI Miami or something like that. Blue light. And what they do is there's this new toothpaste that's to prove that when they do the UV light, they say anything that's yellow will then turn white. So this is a UV type toothpaste. Yellow teeth, right? And they're okay. You know, British teeth, they're sort of perfect. So it's another one of those cases too good to be true. And they brush their teeth with this purple stuff, leave it on for a minute, then they do a little sort of mouthwash with us, just plain water, and ta-da! Their teeth are sparkling white. By the way, the other day, any Australians listening, you'll get this, but if you're not Australian, you won't, so sorry. But there was I mentioned before that my niece Bezie won the gold medal for the pole vault, women's pole vault at the Olympics. Absolutely brilliant effort. And she's a cheeky little monkey because she was
Keep left.
Das war die ARD-Infonacht.
the lather is better with a bar of soap. Becca, bar of soap or liquid soap? As long as you're clean. Oh right, really? So either or. And also the bar of soap falls out. If you're in the shower and you fall over, then you could. Ian Botham broke his foot slipping on a bar of soap in the shower in a test match in the West Indies. That's what he told us happened. The lather is better in a bar of soap. If you run out of shaving foam, you can use a soap bar, but liquid soap is useless. Another piece of evidence for you, Roy. Buy shaving foam and you won't run out. Yeah. Yes. Shane's got in touch. Morning, Shane. Afternoon, Shane. Mate, do you remember Shane Warren? When he smiled, his teeth would blind you. Yeah, I know. They just... They're you know... Samantha Noshers. I'm trying to sleep, but I laughed out loud, so I scared the cat. Yes, we've had an incident, Becca, while you were away. We've had a Noshi incident. I don't want to go into that. Morning. The toothpaste you're referring to is actually a colour corrector, not a replacement for your toothpaste. It's big on social media. I've used it. It does work, but not very well. Plus, it's expensive. Define not very well. So do they actually change the... If I used it today, would I change
school caretaker Ian Coates in Nottingham last June. Callaghan, who has paranoid schizophrenia, is now serving an indefinite hospital order. John is Mr. Coates' son.
Morning, lost my dad. Very supporting his parents and lost their young children. Just to find out that there's even more things that could have been done to put Callaghan on a different direction. Yeah, it's tough to hear.
Families of the victims say they've been told a public inquiry will now examine the events that led to the attack. Ukraine says its forces are now in control of 1,000 square kilometres of Russian territory. Senior commander says troops are continuing to conduct an offensive operation in the Kursk region. It began a week ago. The Prime Minister has urged Iran's president to refrain from attacking Israel. Sir Keir Starmer told Masoud Pezeshkar there is a serious risk of miscalculation in the region. Iran blames Israel for the assassination of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran last month. Jasmine Al-Jamal is a former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon.
People will be trying as hard as possible to send the following message. Iran, if you're going to retaliate, which you know you said you have to, do not make the mistake of escalating to the point where it is a point of no return. Do what you need to do and let's get this ceasefire deal done.
Donald Trump says he will return to Butler in Pennsylvania, where he survived an assassination attempt last month. He's been speaking to Elon Musk on X during a live stream that was delayed due to technical problems, which Mr. Musk blamed on a cyber attack. During the conversation, the former president described the moment he was shot.
I knew immediately that it was, well, I knew immediately that it was at the ear. We had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other.
And Burnley thrashed Luton 4-1 as the two relegated sides began their championship seasons last night. It's a first competitive victory for manager Scott Parker. In the City, the FTSE 100 will reopen this morning at 82.10 after closing up 42 yesterday. The pound buys $1.27 and euro 60. LBC weather: cloud and rain spreading across northern and western areas, staying dry, bright and warm in eastern England, a high of 26 Celsius. From Rome, as usual for LBC, I'm Thomas Watson.
Right, correction. So imagine we're a newspaper. It's 3-hour drivel between 4 and 7 every day. Imagine we're a newspaper. So picture page 2 of a tabloid newspaper. Page 2. Page 2. Right at the bottom, right-hand corner of page 2, in tiny, tiny, tiny writing. What do they call that? The font. The tiniest font you can do, saying, and it's never as big as the story that was actually wrong. So I would like to correct myself, because if I make a factual error, I will
mulai malam.
point it out, and it's
Mulai
true
malam.
I've said something factually wrong rather than just opinionated. I will correct it. So I'd like to correct the story I was telling you about Nina Kennedy is her name. This is the girl who won the pole vault at the Olympics, and she's a name of my niece. She was having a chat with Channel 9's Tony Jones, who's very well known to Australian viewers. And and I said that his name, because she made a joke about his white teeth, and I said that she referred to him as Nosha. It's not Nosha, or indeed Nasha. His actual name is Chompers, so I got that a bit wrong. And she actually said to him, cheers chomps, afterwards. Alright, I just want to clear that up for the reasons of accuracy and I think non-obscenity as well. Alright? Fair enough. But Becca says she does know a deli in London called Nosha's. Is that true? Okay. That's where we'll leave our intrepid heroes for the day and move on to something else. Danny says, I also do the bomb for LBC. Listen, I wander through the newsroom. Now, I don't think it was a me, but I think it's what we all do at LBC, which is why I did it without even thinking, and now I just do it. Because if you're wandering through the newsroom and you've got the beginning of the hour jingle going on, you'll find people like Daryl Jackson and Thomas Watts in tone, in unison, with a descant harmony. Bom, bom, bom.
sekian
I know it
ya.
offends some people, but everything offends some.
Oke,
There you
ini
go.
masih di
Big
kelas 1
Andy,
SD.
I'm Big Andy. I gave you a little bit of a tribute earlier, Big Andy. You'd have to listen back or catch up. Is known as Chompers as dad. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I really remember. So we've done shrinkflation. We've done that. That's in the bin. That's safe. Now we're going to do the buttiest story possibly of how far back we have to go to find the balmiest story in this fox hunting. I think we need to go back a long, long way, wouldn't we? Here it is. So the chair of a group who are called Hunting Kind. So it's like, it's nice. It's done with flowers, poetry, they whistle. It's nice. No, tiny animals hard. This is Hunting Kind. I, again, we're not too young not to know about New Labour and their fox hunting bill. I mean, it just went on and on and on. It was the biggest waste of space you could ever imagine, but it got, I think, the Iraq War demo on a Saturday evening, because I used to do a Saturday afternoon show, got a bigger number of people. But the Hunting Alliance, or the Countryside Alliance as they were called, all the people from the rural areas of Britain rose up and marched through London, and there was like 500,000 of them turned up. So this hunting thing, so New Labour got in and thought, I know, let's do something that's never been done. Let's ban all fox hunting. And it got debated, and the Tories from their squires and from their estates in the country all got very upset about this, and it just went on and on and on, and they watered it down to the extent that I don't even know what the law is now. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to hunt with dogs, are you? But you are allowed to hunt, I think, is it a rag that smells of fox? You see what I mean? It's like, whoever hunts anyway, really. But there will be people out there who do hunt, and I would like to know, are you one of them? So here is the balmiest
Kenapa?
story, crazy story. It is the silly
Nama
season.
tapi nggak ada
When
notif ya.
politicians are away, every single August, you can count on several things. Grouse
Oh, udah
being
di-trigger.
in Scotland was the Glorious 12th. And a story about a senior politician, cabinet minister, or civil servant who's gone on holiday when he should be at home dealing with a crisis.
Iya.
Do you remember
Terima
when
kasih
he left
buat yang
Afghanistan?
udah subscribe.
And do you remember when the
Terima kasih banyak.
minister, foreign secretary, and the chief civil servant was a Humphrey?
Jangan lupa share ke teman-teman.
So Keir Starmer was supposed to be on holiday now, but then the
English,
and he thought,
yes,
"Oh, good idea."
I can do English. I can English or Indonesia. I come from Indonesia. Where are you from, brother? I just chilling, delivery my truck.
So Hunting Kind, the chair of Hunting Kind, who happens to be a lawyer, says he has built a legal case, get this, to obtain the same protection as an ethnic minority, such as
I'm from India.
foreigners and the
Hello, bro.
LGBTQ+ community.
Welcome to my channel.
Ed Swales, he's the chair
I
of
hope you enjoy
Fox Hunting Group.
on my stream.
Prepared a legal case to try and prove that hunters are an ethnic minority whose hunts should be protected under equality laws. Ed Swales claims he had been advised by a leading human rights lawyer that hunters unequivocally qualify for legal protection under the UK Equality Act 2010.
Are playing convoy. Nah, bro, I just playing alone.
Five criteria are. So we can work out whether if you're a hunting person, you're actually an ethnic
I not
minority.
have ID for convoy.
This is speaking to the Field Sports Channel podcast. We might be able to get some of that one. If it's on a podcast, we might be able to dig that out. So we can dig some of that out. So I'm sorry to be able to work with something. The qualifications of an ethnic group, and there are 5 of them, said Swales. We hit every single one of them straight in the bullseye. He said
You
he
play
took
this
3
too,
years preparing a legal
bro?
challenge
The bread.
that had now been
Are you
reviewed by
playing
Human Rights KC Kings Council.
The ATS was weather
who
today.
sits on the Council of the European Court of Human Rights.
It's sunny,
I mean, if you wanted another reason to get rid of the Convention
like a
on
summer.
Human Rights and all this right-wing filibuster that we get from Tory politicians,
How
let's
about
leave.
the India?
There it is. You're gonna
India's
European
water
Human
today?
Rights to prove that fox hunters are an ethnic minority.
Yeah, it's about
and are
ATS
being
too, yes.
persecuted. He said the outcome of that from the human rights silk is that as a protected minority group under the
I just
Equality Act,
play
undoubtedly 10 out of 10.
simple
He
game.
said the group would try to mount legal challenges to prove that those who support hunting have suffered discrimination, such as losing work contracts or being
Fabulous.
abused on social media. Well, if being part of an ethnic minority
Be careful
criteria is
out there,
being
bro.
abused on social media, then I think it's fair to say that we all are ethnic
Keep healthy.
minorities, are we not?
Keep
Who
healthy.
hasn't been abused online? Anyone? No, of course not. If successful, such action would give hunters the same protection as minority groups such as the Roma community or the LGBTQ plus
Keep
group.
right
Now, listen,
and then
I'm
turn
making
right.
fun of this. Is there a serious side to this? No. I can't see one. Can you? Should we be protecting the
Turn
rights of
right.
fox hunters? Listen, if
Let's
you
play
fox
together.
hunt,
ATS can play together, bro, or multiplayer.
I'm just here to criticize people. Tell me about your life if you fox hunt. Tell me why.
I don't
you
know.
Tell me why we should worry about your community.
Oh, the convoy.
I think, but then that countryside alliance march maybe negates that. But I think the majority of
What's
people
the
just think
menu?
there are more important things
Oh,
to talk
this.
about in the world and spend 3 years
Oh,
on
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
legal case for than making the fox
Convoy
hunting
lobby,
lobby
this like this, bro.
fox or pro fox hunting. They are hunting kind. They're called. Spending all that time preparing a case to say that we should be a protected
one.
ethnic minority. I mean, really. Margaret says fox hunting. Some things should just be allowed to become extinct. Could you actually let's hear from Mr. Swells, and then after the break, Sam, would you mind digging out that stuff about what the law is about fox hunting right now? Because as I say, it's shifting sands. So here is Ed Swales, who is the chair of Hunting Kind. He
Oh,
said
so
we should be
many.
treated like an ethnic minority and be
I first
protected.
time
He was speaking to the
play
Field Sports
convoy like
Channel
this.
podcast.
Line that.
The attack on hunting and the anti-hunting lobby, let's say by the animal rights extremist movement, has effectively been a person-on-person conflict using the excuse of animal welfare. It's nothing to do with animal welfare, it's just people against people. And therefore, the work we've been doing is in the legal space.
Host 1, convoy 1111, convoy.
Work has been done to protect hunting or the minority group
Convoy
of people that partake in it, like us, since that act has been created. There was some work done before in 2007 by the Countryside Alliance. That law has now changed. It's now
Host
2010
1,
Equality Act.
bro, see
And
there
so
is option.
I spent
Host
3
your
years
1.
writing a submission, getting it peer-reviewed and getting it put in front of leading counsel Human Rights Silk, who sits on the Council of the European Court of
Host
Human
1
Rights.
is this.
And he unequivocally, the good news, the round of applause, is that
Like
the
this.
outcome of that
Hosted
from the
server.
Human Rights Silk is that as a protected minority group under the Equality Act, we qualify
See down.
undoubtedly 10 out of 10.
Oh, host convoy.
Swales, the chair of the pro fox hunting group Hunting Kind, who claims he's been advised by a leading silk or human rights lawyer
Host
that hunters
convoy.
unequivocally qualify for legal protection under the UK Equality Act of 2010. We have tried to find these 5 criteria, I confess.
And
We've
then
gone blank so far. The only one
I
could
create
see
convoy.
about ethnic minorities was people of colour in Britain and people who identify as Welsh Asian or something like that.
X.
I will have another look under the UK Equality Act
Enable
of
traffic,
2010.
hide
If you know what the 5 criteria are, I'd love to hear from
and
you.
confirm.
To be honest, here is the law. Fox hunting is illegal. It was banned by the Hunting Act 2004 in England and Wales and the Protection of Wild Mammals Act in Scotland 2002. There are exemptions in the Hunting Act to allow certain types of pest control. Please see the link in related information for details. I will read out that link in just a second. It is 5:15. Let's get some very early travel news. Good morning, Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Ian. Good morning. The M11 is closed northbound between junction 7A at Harlow North and junction 8 at Bishop Stortford. It's
The ID this ayudx.
on the M25, the clockwise exit
This
slip
name,
road
this
at
name.
junction 21A for the A405 is closed as well, and that's also for emergency works. Outside Manor House at Tube
Yeah,
Station,
this, bro.
Seven Sisters Road is
This is
closed
my ID.
westbound, and that's because of a burst water main. In Little Heath, the high road
My
is
ID
closed
this
eastbound at
ayudx.
Chadswell Avenue, and that's all down to an accident. On the train, southeastern services aren't running between Victoria and Lewisham. It's all down to a signal failure. And on the underground, on the Northern Line, Mornington Crescent Station is closed.
LBC.
You're looking good, you're looking sharp.
Righty here. I'm just giving a new Gillette Labs razor a go, and it's smooth. 5 long-lasting blades, and it's got a flex disc that adapts to my gorgeous face. Done in no time, then it goes back on its magnetic stand for a finish almost as good as one of mine. And if you don't agree, it's the ultimate shave.
And there be one ID. See upward.
18 plus, retain receipt, terms and conditions apply.
And this
Imagine if that mate, you know the
ending
one,
with
could actually take a pic of your festival fit and get the DJ in too.
one-on-one.
No need to imagine. Just unfold your new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6
One-on-one.
and watch as AI and Auto Zoom fits everyone.
See on the
every
screen
shot.
carefully.
Now that's
One-on-one.
Galaxy AI is here on the Galaxy Z Flip 6. Claim £150 cashback when you purchase before the 13th of August at participating retailers. For cashback, claim from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC. Message Ian
Copy
Payne
the
on
ID and
WhatsApp
give
now
me.
on
Yes, this is bro. This is my ID.
973.
My ID name.
Made up our minds. We
ayudx.
had a short business discussion during that ad break, and we have decided that we don't really want to hear from people who don't like fox hunting, because that's just low-hanging fruit, isn't it? Really, I think, because I can't think of well, certainly with all the messages we get, there's a couple. I want to hear from people.
Bro, there is
and I want to
one
speak to
numeric
the phone. I know
ID.
it's
See the one ending
well,
with
so you're up early.
one on
I just
one.
would like to hear from someone with the argument for
I'm
fox
trying.
hunting, and there is an argument. I'm not here just to disrespect it, because I know a lot of people swear by it. It's good for the dogs. It's good for the horses. It's not good for the fox, but that's now illegal. All right. So I want to hear from anyone who would like to defend.
Oh, this
all sorts of hunting. Okay, it could be
session search ID.
on a horse with dogs chasing a rag. I think they do now. I remember when I was a junior reporter, first starting out in Blackburn and Preston in Lancashire, and we had a thing called the Waterloo something or other. I can't remember. It was basically these two dogs that would rip an animal into pieces in front of a cheering crowd. I'm pretty sure that, unless you know better, has now been made illegal. It would be like it's like dog fighting kind of thing, but with a hare. I think hare coursing. That's it. That's what it was called, in a place called Waterloo in the northwest. I'm right, aren't I? I think so. Hare coursing. That presumably is illegal now, I would have thought. So I want to hear from you if you have a defence for hunting, any sort of hunting, bow and arrow, gun hunting, culling, keeping down the animal population, culling rabbits or culling whatever. It's illegal to kill a badger as well. And Jeremy Clarkson's taught us all that, even though they do tend to muck up a lot of farms, as any farmer off the record will tell you, rather than on the record, because they get into. So what do you think of this? So the chair of this is,
Yes,
like I
give
say,
that
it's an
on chat.
easy- it's an easy target
On
to
chat.
bash.
Okay, let's see.
I want to hear someone defending hunting. I was of the view that those people who went for trophy hunting to Kruger Park or to somewhere in Africa to shoot a lion or an elephant and then pose with them, I always used to think they were the worst people in the world. And then I spoke to, doing a phone-in about hunting, I spoke to a guy who worked in animal conservation in South Africa, in or around Kruger National Park, which is the famous one. And he was saying, do you know what? People pay like 10 grand for this, and that, A, we'll only allow them to shoot an animal that's
27,
is very old.
22,
And B, that money goes straight into conserving
27.
and paying for people who stop the poachers. And so we actually save more animals than we kill because of hunting certain things. Was it Cecil the lion? I think
Okay.
that one where that dentist from America, God, they earn a lot of money, dentists in America, shot that lion that was a famous lion. It got everybody through it. So I want all aspects of hunting. Are you a hunter? Have you ever been hunting? In America, it's like, the famous film The Deer Hunter. People just spend weekends, don't they? And they go into the mountains to hunt. I've followed many online tutorials about that, and I guess there's a thrill to it. I still feel a little uneasy when I see people shooting deer, for example, in The Crown. I don't know whether the portrayal is unfair or... on a hunt and spent a lot of money going to somewhere exotic to kill an animal. How do you justify hunting? Because there is, as I say, I refer to that question I made earlier about whether or not hunting is ever justified. I think on occasions it is, isn't it? And that's one of the reasons why we have zoos. People hate zoos because they think they're cruel and all the rest of it. But in terms of preserving species, it's vital. Did you know there are more tigers of all different breeds of tigers? There are more tigers in private captivity now than there are in the wild, which is an extraordinary thing that came out from that amazing Netflix documentary about is it called Tiger King? Again, because I'm English, I'm not going to give away the end to that particular story, but it's just amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So look, I'll tell you another example of where is hunting defensible. Okay, so in the Faroe Isles, which I think is owned by Denmark, every year they have a day when they kill, I can't remember, it's hundreds, but it's a lot of a certain type of whale. Is it a minke whale? I can't remember. And it's just horrible, the way that they kill these things. They herd them into a little shoal, and then they kill them with all sorts of spiked instruments. But that cull, once a year, feeds the whole of the islands for the next year because they store it and all the rest of it. So is that justified? Is that not justified? Whaling, there's another thing is that ever justified? Seal culling, when they club and there's a picture of a little seal with giant eyes, like the pussycat in Shrek. The eyes go really sort of... Oh, no, it's the cat, isn't it? The eyes go really huge, and everyone's sort of, oh, these little things. So, Niall says, do gamekeepers ever turn poacher? Niall, I don't know, but someone out there will, because they always do.
I'm not setting password, bro.
Defend hunting. This is because the chair of Hunting Kind,
No password.
Pro Fox Hunting Group, says he has built a legal case so that their organisation and hunters generally, this is the sort of fox hunters, has built a legal case to obtain the same protection as Roma travellers and the LGBTQ plus community.
Call my truck.
They've spent 3 years preparing a legal challenge that had now been reviewed by a human rights KC. We want to hear from anti-hunting people too. Maybe you've been part of a group that has got their way into a...
My truck can move. I reload the game. I just play ATS for the have fun. I just a Dota player, bro. Convoy lobby. With the password. Ah, ah, ah. Disable. Oh, yes, yes. Yes. Triple A. Just only triple A. Oh, small, all small. Come to my session. Okay. I told you, bro. I just drive this game. I never play Convoy or something else. Tujuh, enam, lima. Empat, enam. Satu, dua, tiga. Okay, I on your season, bro. Cancel the job. What's I think I will end this, bro, because this is all half too late. And take new one job short 400 or 500 kilometer. Okay.
Drive safe.
Okay, bro.
Keep left.
I think 319 kilometer. It's too much time, bro.
Have to do a little bit of dark as well as light. Here's Tony in Moorgate. Can you justify any form of hunting, Tony? Okay, I suppose that's justifiable.
Terus. Okay.
Okay, and that's perfectly legal in South Africa. Okay, you don't refuse to hunt.
I just racing driver, bro. Come.
So the only way we can see crocodiles in Capricorn
150,
there, they sell
135.
Indeed, it tasted a bit like chicken. It was quite tough. Rich. Well, listen, I must admit, sometimes you do a subject list, and it's enough to say that not every subject floats around. I have to say, I think possibly this one's a bit too fleshy this time. So I'm going to introduce another subject. Giving us loads of text, which is fine for the rest of the day, but I'd rather hear from you. So let me just tie up some loose ends with all these facts. If you want to let us know about hunting, whether you're in favour of it or not, maybe
Okay.
This is a story, a pro fox hunting group saying UK hunters should be protected every time. Steve says, I actually don't agree with hunting foxes with dogs. However, completely agree that just like many other protected communities, people that partake in such traditions should also expect the same protection as
Keep
everyone
left,
else. Just
and then
because these people
continue
don't
straight
fit
on.
the current left-leaning and woke communities' agendas, why should
Go
they
straight on.
also be afforded the same protection as anyone else if the shoe fits, says Steve. For instance, in Cardigan, there is nothing wrong with controlling the fox population. It's something we should to be honest, but that's just me being controversial. Controlling the fox population with guns, is it more humane? These hooray Henrys need to be confined to the history books. It's been banned for 20 years, but they still floor the law. I controversial documentary that was made in, I'll say, the 80s about these group of hooray Henry bankers, as well, back in the day, who went on this fishing trip and they were shooting birds from the boat, and they were really castigated for it. It was very, very famous at the time. I remember that sort of thing. You'd never even put that on telly now, would you? Kyle says, I've killed a badger. It was sat in the middle of the road moving an 18-ton truck at 56 miles an hour. I was on a swerve and I felt so bad. I cried myself to sleep at night. See, truckers have feelings too. Yeah, they're just like us. I don't know what's Neil says, lizards and reptiles taste like chicken because chickens are raptors. Wait. Do you know that raptors are has a degree of biology, and her degree is specifically around the sound dinosaurs made. There's an interesting fact. Finn
Eh, salah.
because he's from Classic FM. Talent. We have a thing called Finn Facts. It's very emotional. There's a lot of stuff. And he came up with another one yesterday. So there was, it's not the famous Chinese. Apparently there was another Chinese song. It was a great classic. Both of us in the film. He sort of increases our
Keep right on. Exit
tracks
right.
that we do every day. And he said that there was this other guy called Tchaikovsky who said he wanted his body to be left to silence, but his skull,
Exit right.
he wanted to have it taken and given to the Royal Shakespeare Company, so that, alas, Yorick, I knew him, Horatio Hamlet, where he looks at the skull, that famous one where Hamlet's with you. And actually it was Tchaikovsky's skull that was used on David Tennant's performance here in London of Hamlet. There you are, see. Why don't we start controlling the human population? Then it's colours humane. That will do other animals as well. Martin says seagulls need control of total pests. Yes. Putting in Harry the Father, the 5 characteristics of minority groups. Thank you. This is brilliant. Indebted to him. Have a word on the show. Putting in Harry, 5 characteristics of minority groups. Let's see if fox hunters actually
Keep
do
left.
right. We've hit the bullseye with
left.
choose your ethnicity and your minority. You don't choose to be gay. But these people are choosing to fox hunt. You're not born a hunter. You don't come out of the womb going, work up. You don't come out of the womb. I don't think any midwife listening, unless I've got this completely wrong, yikes, I don't think people come out of the womb doing that, do they? Yeah, it's very flat next to the placenta. No. It's involuntary membership in the minority group. No.
Keep right and then turn
Awareness of being a subordinate. Quite the opposite. Awareness of being
Turn
the
right.
commander-in-chief, I would have thought. High rate of marriage within their own group. Now that, I think,
Get ready to turn right.
possibly with no words in that. How the fox
Turn
hunters
right.
meet those criteria, I have no idea. Sue, you are a scholar. I was going to say a gentleman,
It's
but I
all
will say
over.
a gentle lady, because that's superb. Great, great research. It's 5:45. Hello, Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Ian. The M11 remains closed northbound between junction 7A at Harlow North and junction 8 at Bishop Stortford. It's because these emergency repair works are having to take place after a fuel spillage. The diversion is via the A10, so do expect that to be busier than usual. The high road is closed eastbound from Goodmays up to Chadwell Heath, and that's because an investigation is taking place after an
Oke,
accident in the early hours of this morning.
pengiriman pertama beres.
Running between Victoria and Lewisham, that's all down to a signal failure at Nunhead. And on the underground on the Northern Line, is closed, and that's all down to a power problem.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Two university students were among those killed in the knife and van attacks in Nottingham yesterday.
The nation was stunned with that horrific news last year, and now the pain of the families has been compounded by damning evidence showing chances were missed to prevent Valdo Calicane's killing spree. A new report lays bare the extent of the failings. Victim Barnaby Webber's mother, Emma, will join me in the studio to discuss its findings.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, back this morning from 7.
With Vauxhall, the new electric van range designed to energise Britain.
LBC.
We've all been there. MOT's coming up, your car's making a noise or two. And you think if you just turn your music up just a little louder each time, you'll be fine. But that's not you, is it? You know you can get your car in check with parts that will fit right. All you need to do is enter your reg on eBay. Find brake lights, filters, windscreen wipers and more, and get your car MOT ready. Find the right part at the right price with eBay.
For sunny seaside giggles, punting on the river, strolling down cobbled streets, beachside fish and chips, or breathtaking city sunsets.
Wow.
Hop on board a Southeastern train and see more this summer. No booking fees when you buy train tickets from Southeastern. The price you see is the price you pay.
Southeastern.
If you've been injured in an accident at work, you could be entitled to thousands of pounds in compensation. Talk to Harris Fowler today. For over 25 years, we've helped people who've been injured at work, in a warehouse, a factory, on site, or anywhere. With a 94% success rate, call the award-winning Harris Fowler now. 0800 213 214. It's no win, no fee, no risk. Harris Fowler, the personal injury solicitor.
Ian Payne on LBC.
Yes, I've been absolutely schooled during that last ad break, as you'll know if you pay the premium price for membership of Global. So anyway, what have I learnt today? Ian, note to self. When you're doing a phone-in, don't deny anyone the chance to phone in from half your audience. So when I said I only wanted to hear from people who are pro-hunting, because I thought that was a much more interesting line of argument, what I should have said was, and of course we want to hear from others too, both sides of the story. But by saying don't phone in, I was actually going against the whole point of a phone-in, wasn't I? Which the boy band and girl, who they love nothing better than laughing at my misfortune, I have to say. And there's been chuckles in the last half hour. No, don't pretend you're not amongst them. You're a member of the Laughing at Me Society, Becca. Stop pretending you're not.
So anyway, an interesting debate on fox hunting, except we only got one side. So well done, Ian. You'd have thought after 10 or 11 years of doing this thing, I'd have learned that by now. You have to ask for as many people to call, particularly at 5:30 on a Tuesday morning, all right? Mal has sent me a picture of, you're in Tel Aviv. We have golden jackals in some parks now roaming some areas of Tel Aviv. I have to see the golden jackal, and I'm going to upset fox people now. They don't all look like the beer ad foxes in real life, or Fantastic Mr. Fox. The real foxes, the urban foxes, are mangy devils who just look like they need a square meal. This golden jackal is something else. Gorgeous. Mike from the Wirral says, no, hunters come out of the womb shouting, tally-ho! Exactly, I don't think they do. Justin's put me right. The fox hunters' red jackets, I call them tunics. They are hunting pinks, they are called. Yes, fair enough. And this is from, who's this? Monsoon in Feltham. You say, this is from, hi, this is Monsoon from in Feltham with a question mark. Well, is it? Hunting and killing animals for any reason is despicable and should be banned, considering animals also have a life. They also want to live, and they look to humans for love and protection, and instead we murder them. Do animals look to humans for love and protection? Do badgers want love and protection from us? I don't think so. Ants don't. Also, every country on this planet is becoming overpopulated day by day. Does that mean we should start killing off humans? Yes, well, we've had that one before. I want to tell you about something that's obsessing... Well, do you want to hear some of the funniest jokes from The Fringe? Which, yeah, they were quite funny, I suppose. Olaf Falafel is a comedian, and his joke is as follows on the Fringe at the moment. My desire to spontaneously sing The Lion Sleeps Tonight is always just a whim away. Yeah. I failed religious education, says Jack. I couldn't believe it when I found out. I was like, oh, Jason, Christ. Anyway, they're never quite as funny when I do them. Can't work that out, to be honest. And I want to talk to you about the thing that's got all the royal commentators purring, and it's not the DIY as it's being described. The DIY royal tour of Harry and Meghan to Colombia without the Foreign Office's protection. This is a high-risk move. Looks like a Clancy novel, doesn't it, really? Or Jack Ryan wandering through Colombia and having the ambassador. Have you seen that one when the ambassador gets shot by Colombian drug cartels? I don't think they're going to be in trouble somehow, but the Sussexes, according to the Telegraph, the Sussexes' visit to Colombia could be hijacked by local politicians for their own ends. Well, as long as it's only politicians that are doing the hijacking, I wouldn't worry too much about that. No, because the papers are very sniffy about that, particularly the Telegraph and the Mail. They just won't let up on Harry and Meghan. They can do no right. They just can't do any right. However, we used to do a little thing that we called it, whereby it was an item called the Daily Story about a royal couple doing something normal, which we had. And it would be Kate climbs 5 feet up a climbing wall, or she plays hockey, or William digs a little pit to plant a tree, that kind of thing. Well, we've got a new one today, and this is the future King William has stubble. And this has got the Daily Telegraph sketch writers going. And they've talked about the secrets to getting your stubble right this summer. I'm not so sure, A, how fascinating it is. Probably more fascinating than our fox hunting discussion. But I'm not sure he's wearing his stubble. But you know, the royal family members, particularly kings, have always sported wonderful beards. You know, from Henry VIII onwards, you know, George V had a beautifully manicured beard, as indeed did all the royal families of Europe in the early part of the 20th century, because they were all related, weren't they? So Prince William has ditched his clean-shaven look. I'm never sure about stubble in public figures. Sometimes I see people doing news programmes and presenting and all the rest of it, and I just feel like, I know I'm old-fashioned, but it's like, get a shave. Either grow a beard or get a shave. Just don't look mucky. But anyway, as Prince William ditches his clean-shaven look, The Telegraph reveals how to master the style. So if you've ever wondered, these are the masters and mistresses of etiquette, the Daily Telegraph. So if you're going to take a lesson and be schooled in anything, then how you look and how you behave, you go to the Telegraph. So what do they say? It's entirely reasonable for a man to allow himself a more relaxed appearance during August. It's the holiday season, of course. Men up and down the country are on sun loungers right now. Their looks somewhat shaggier than normal as they embrace the summer holiday dolce far niente. Don't know what that means. So it's understandable that the Prince of Wales' look at the closing ceremony of the Paris Olympics at the Stade de France via video link was a little different. He's been spending some holiday downtime with his family in Norfolk, but his new sweep of stubble is a marked departure from the clean-shaven visage we've come to expect from the heir to the throne. That he hadn't chosen to shave it off ahead of a broadcast watched by millions around the world suggested it might well be here to stay. The secrets of wearing stubble is apparently a good idea for them. Let's have a look at some of the other papers, because I'm mindful of the fact I haven't actually gone through the papers fully. Let's start with our own lbc.co.uk front page, and it's about the weather. No, it's not. It was the weather. It's now been overtaken. Right, this is the Trump and Elon Musk interview, which I'm sure we'll hear more of from the newsroom and from our colleagues on our sister station, LBC News, which is basically a news bulletin every 20. If you ever want to know what's happening in the world, LBC News is the channel for you, because it does the news every 20 minutes, 24 hours a day. Well worth listening to. Trump claims Biden was ousted in a coup and calls Harris third-rate phony candidate. This is the interview that Donald Trump has given to Elon Musk. I mean, they've had their differences, but they're both. I mean, I think you would describe Elon Musk as right-wing. Some of the stuff he's been coming out with recently about Tommy Robinson and about Keir Starmer, etc., etc. Oh, by the way, Nigel Farage has given an interview to Fox News in America. He has said, Sir Keir Starmer poses the biggest threat to free speech in British history. Huh? The Reform UK leader accused the Prime Minister of wanting to use the recent, more than Edward I, to use the recent far-right riots in Britain to restrict civil liberties amid concerns about the impact of potential new regulation. Sir Keir is considering placing a duty on social media companies to restrict legal but harmful content, while children as young as 5 will be taught to spot fake news online. I think that's too young, don't you? After the Southport stabbings last month, Mr Farage speculated whether the truth is being withheld, here we go, amid speculation online about the identity of the suspect. Far-right riots in Merseyside were sparked by false claims online that the killing of 3 young girls was carried out by an asylum seeker who'd arrived in Britain on a boat last year. Speaking to Fox News, Mr Farage said, nobody should use any social media platform to genuinely spread hate or incitement to violence, and that free speech rule, I think all of us would support and agree with. But what we're allowed to do on social media, or should be allowed to do, is to speculate, is to ask questions, is to try and put facts out, that wake up the rest of the community. I'm not sure that the Southport stuff and the Tommy Robinson stuff did that, to be honest. Let's have a look at the other front pages. Let's start with The Sun. This is, The Sun says a judge has branded, could you believe this, a 12-year-old boy as Britain's worst rioter who was more involved in the violence and disorder than any other defendant. This is a 12-year-old. They also carry the story about the Nottingham killer who, there was a report about Mr Kalakani that he was going to possibly kill someone if he wasn't sectioned. So again, we're sort of raking up old history about that. I'm sure it makes the family feel dreadful. Daily Telegraph writes that Keir Starmer has directly urged Tehran not to attack Israel in a rare telephone call with the Iranian president. The Mirror, 3 years before Valdo Kalakani's deadly rampage in Nottingham, a psychiatrist warned that the mental health patient might kill, says the Daily Mirror. It's all very well in hindsight, isn't it? But as I understand it, this is a guy who refused to take his meds. He just refused. I mean, if you've got someone like that, what are you supposed to do? The Times, Zelensky takes war to Putin. Get a grip and fast. This is James Cleverly in the Express. And The Guardian, silent killer heat waves in Europe claim 50,000 lives. You've seen the pictures above the Acropolis in Athens. Absolutely spectacular. Right, but I make no apology for doing this subject because it is a very important subject, even though it might be a difficult listen, as they say. I want to talk about suicide. Graham Thorpe, the former England cricketer, his family have been praised because they revealed that the 55-year-old took his own life, and they've pledged to set up a foundation to help those struggling. Do you know someone who's taken their own life?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, the families of the 3 victims of last year's Nottingham attacks say local services have blood on their hands. A review has found a mental health trust minimised or omitted key details of the risks posed by Valdo Calacane. A full public inquiry is now expected to be held. LBC's reporter Luke Shanahan has been looking at the findings.
The health watchdog says risk assessments of Calacani played down things like him refusing to take his medication as well as his violent behaviour. He was in the trust's care for nearly 2 years, ending in September 2022, 9 months before he killed Barney Webber, Grace O'Malley Kumar and Ian Coates. The trust says it's significantly improved since the review. Luke Shanahan, LBC.
Sir Keir Starmer has urged Iran to refrain from launching an attack on Israel. The Prime Minister spoke to President Masoud Pezeshkian last night, warning of a serious risk of miscalculation. Mr. Pezeshkian has vowed to make Israel regret the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh last month. A growing number of people have been evacuated from western Russia as Ukrainian troops push into the Kursk region. Kiev began the surprise attack last Tuesday, advancing up to 30 kilometres across the border. Moscow has described the offensive as a major provocation. Alexander Sirski is Commander-in-Chief of Ukrainian forces.
Currently, we have control over approximately 1,000 square kilometres of Russian Federation territory. Our troops are carrying out their assigned tasks. The fighting is taking place across virtually the entire front. The situation remains under our control.
Donald Trump has spoken about the attempt on his life. During an interview with Elon Musk, the Republican presidential candidate told the ex-owner that he is intending to return to the site of the attack in Pennsylvania. He also criticised Kamala Harris's record on immigration. Temperatures across the UK are set to cool over the coming week. It reached 34.8 degrees Celsius in Cambridge yesterday. That was the hottest day of the year so far. Forecasters say the weather is transitioning to a cooler and unsettled period with more heavy rain. In the city, the FTSE 100 will reopen this morning at 82.10 after closing up 42 yesterday. The pound buys $1.27 and the euro 16. LBC weather, cloud and rain spreading across northern and western areas, but staying dry and bright in eastern England, a high of 26 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Thomas Watts.
Making a business insurance claim can be stressful. That's why at NFU Mutual we aim to respond to all claims quickly. We work with specialists to minimize disruption so you can get back to business as quickly as possible. It's no wonder over 95% of our business customers renew with us each year. For business insurance you can rely on, search NFU Mutual Business Insurance. NFU Mutual. Closer to your business and closer to what matters.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Ian Payne.
Good morning, it's just after 3 minutes past 6 o'clock on the morning of Tuesday, the 13th of August. Coming up, former cricketer Graham Thorpe attempted to take his own life in 2022 whilst battling depression and anxiety, his wife Amanda has revealed. Thorpe died earlier this month after being hit by a train close to his home in Surrey, having believed his family would be, quote, better off without him. He was suffering from severe mental turmoil. This is going to be a difficult conversation, but occasionally you have to have this. What is it like to lose someone to take their own life? Also in the programme...
And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down, so I'm glad I went down.
Well, they had some technical difficulties, but after they were resolved, that was Donald Trump speaking to Elon Musk on social media, on X, of course. They talked about the assassination attempt, amongst a number of other issues. The discussion was delayed for an hour due to technical issues, which Mr. Musk blamed on a cyber attack.
We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers and saturated all of our data lines, like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated.
Reminds me of that time when he was trying to introduce his new Tesla car that had this wonderful protected windscreen, and he hit it and it smashed in front of all the press. I will get more details about what Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump talked about with Republican commentator Paul Durridge. We'll get the business update with Danny Hewson from AJ Bell, and we'll have a look at Tuesday's front pages.
Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. This is LBC.
Good morning. Graham Thorpe. I grew up watching Graham Thorpe play cricket. He was also involved with the England cricket team far more recently as a batting coach. And I had no idea he suffered from severe depression. His family have now revealed that when was it revealed? So on August the 14th, on August the 4th, so just over a week ago, Graham Thorpe's family have opened up about his struggle with mental health, his previous suicide attempt, and the attempt that finally ended his life just over a week ago. They've opened up about the struggles that Graham Thorpe had with major depression and anxiety. He was only 55. When I heard he died, I assumed he had cancer or something. I had no idea. It was a bit like, if you remember, a few years ago, 10, 15 years ago, when Gary Speed, the Welsh international footballer, took his own life. And I mean, I had to read it out on air live at the time, and I get a bit of a hero of mine because he helped Leeds win the title. So I kind of was completely thrown by this. But here we have another example of it. They opened up about their struggles and major depression to his former ex-international teammate Mike Atherton, before it, because he's a journalist as well as a former cricketer, Mike, before it emerged that he was hit by a train in East Surrey on the morning of August the 4th. This is the inquest in Woking, which opens today about it. His wife Amanda confirmed the father of four had previously tried to kill himself in May 2022, but despite being seriously ill in hospital, he didn't make a recovery. The following month, Ben Stokes wore a shirt bearing Thorpe's name and his cap number ahead of the first test against New Zealand. That was in 2022. Further tributes have poured in. He's left a wife, Amanda, and two daughters, Kitty, who's 22, and Emma, 19. Lots of tributes to him. But I don't want to talk about the cricket, obviously. I want to talk about, do you know somebody? I don't know anybody. I know of a couple of people who have done that, and you just knew when you met them that they were in severe trouble, and nothing that you could say would lift the gloom. And again, I don't want to go on about my mental health struggles, which are nothing in comparison to that, although there were days when I did think dark thoughts. And for me, it's just this fear of it never going away. And if that's the feeling that it's never going to go away, you do get some dark thoughts. Anyway, I would like to hear from you. Have you ever been affected by someone who has tried to, or maybe actually taken their own life? We have to be a bit careful with the details of it for obvious reasons. We have to constantly give out the number of charities that could help you. 116123 is the Samaritans number. That's available at 24/7. There's another brilliant charity which my mum used to work for called Mind, M-I-N-D. Check them out online as well and get their details. Right, let's go to David in Glasgow. I'm sorry if this is a tough listen for 6 in the morning, but it's important we do these subjects occasionally. David, good morning.
Hi, good morning. You're right, it is a tough listen. It's a tough listen at any time of the day. But if we don't start listening and making some changes, then we're going to be having this discussion next week and next month and next year. My story is I had a great start in life, really good family, big house, good education, head boy at school, went to university, good job with Marks and Spencer's. But about 20 years ago, I found myself living in a homeless hostel, and tons of things had gone wrong. I've just decided that I'd had enough, and things weren't going to get any better. But I'd heard about this Italian delicatessen in the east end of the city, in a place called Chettleston, which is not where you might expect to find one of the best delicatessens in the UK. And I went in, and there was an old Italian lady. Excuse me.
It's all right.
And she made me an espresso and handed it over. And I was in that job for about 3 hours and just chatting away about food. And because food's always a big part of most people's lives. But and I went out that shop with 2 bags full of food. Things she said she'd made too much of, things she wasn't happy with, an olive oil that she'd opened and wasn't quite right. And so I went walking down the road and then opened my hand to look at the change that she'd given me, and she put more money in my hand than I'd given her. And I decided there was no point in ending my life because I had all this beautiful food and I couldn't eat it all in one night. And I used to go back there from time to time, and the shop's not there anymore. I think she's still alive, but I've changed my life around. I've talked to her before. I've talked to once before, and I'm about to open the first of 19 food markets around Glasgow for people, but just for people that don't get access to really beautiful food. And I can guarantee you one thing: no one will leave that market hungry or feeling bad about themselves because I've got a lot more than just fruit and vegetables to offer.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And just one person recognising that somebody needs a little bit of help. Yeah. Anyway, listen, you've got lots of people.
No. I want to. Would you mind me asking you a couple of questions about your situation? Is that all right?
Of course.
Okay. What were the things that had gone wrong in your life, and how old were you?
I was just in my late 30s.
That's when mine started.
My mother died quite suddenly. To be quite honest, I don't think my sister ever dealt with her death. My sister and I looked after my father through a really difficult vascular dementia. I was going to say journey, but it makes it sound like it was a night.
It's all right. You can use whatever words you want.
Yeah, I'd lost the man that I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life with, and I just given up. And I told my friends that I was going to Buenos Aires for a few months because that's the sort of thing I used to do. But I just stayed in my house and just pulled the blinds down. It's devastated what I did, and it's devastated the relationship I had with my sister. So we still don't talk. But I've got a lot of really great friends. I got involved in what I call the Scottish poverty circuit, which is all these people talking about what needs to be done and getting money to talk about it. And not many people actually do something. And I'm not saying that I'm doing something, but I'm trying to do something.
Well, it sounds like you're doing it very well. Just 2 final questions, David, and I'll let you go. 1, are you on medication? And 2, do you want to reconnect with your sister?
No, I'm on medication. I've tried antidepressants. They didn't work for me. What worked for me was talking therapy, talking to somebody. No, just talking. I keep calling her a pathologist.
Right.
It's not a pathologist.
Do you think it would help if you reconnected with your sister? Would it raise your mood? Yes. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if she listens to LBC, but you know, we should send this to her.
Listen, if she listened to LBC, you'd be getting a tongue lashing from her every morning.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe she goes under a guise or another name. There's a few. Listen, David.
I see her every Halloween. She flies past my window in her broomstick. So I can reach out to her at the end of October.
Okay, fair enough. Let's hope she's not listening. David, top man, well done. There is humour in it. There's always humour in tragedy, isn't there? Somewhere, horrible as it may seem. Matt, I'm going to come to you after the news headlines because these are conversations that I can't really handle if they're only 30 seconds long. It would be more than painful. So the Samaritans 24/7. We're going to keep giving these numbers out because we are duty bound to do this, but also it's important. I've used the Samaritans. It's sort of helped, but when you're feeling that you just want someone to say, here's the thing that's going to make you better. Eat this or whatever. And eventually I found a person that did it. But like I said, I thought about it. But I think, and this is my personal opinion, and I might be wrong, but I think that the reason why, and I'm only surmising from my situation and others I've spoken to, the reason why you speak of and start thinking about the worst thing you could do to yourself is because you think, I'm never going to get better. I'm a burden on my loved ones. And if I'm going to be like this for the rest of my life, I would rather not be here. But if you've got a different reason for it, I'd like to hear from you. So the Samaritans, 24/7, free phone number, 116 123, 116 123. Mind, another excellent charity. Their support line is 0300 102 1234. 0300 102 1234. You get all these things online. Open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. It's just after 6:15. The news headlines. Thomas Watts.
A review has found a mental health trust minimised or omitted key details of the serious risk posed by the Nottingham attacker Valdo Kalakane. Ukraine says its forces are now in control of 1,000 square kilometres of Russian territory, and Sir Keir Starmer's urged Iran's president to refrain from attacking Israel. LBC weather, cloud and rain across the north and west, staying dry and bright in the east, a high of 26 degrees.
LBC travel, I'm Joanne Webb. The M11 is closed northbound between junctions 7A at Harlow North and 8 at Bishop Stortford. Some resurfacing works having to take place after a fuel spillage, and there are delays on the approach. In Tottenham, Gloucester Road is closed both ways at the Avenue. That's because of an ongoing police investigation. Right outside Manor House Tube Station, Seven Sisters Road is closed westbound, and that's all down to a burst water main. The High Road is closed eastbound between Goodmays and Chadwell Heath, and that's all down to an accident. On the train, Southeastern services aren't running between Victoria and Gravesend, and that's all down to a signal failure. And on the Underground, the Northern Line is suspended northbound from Euston to East Finchley because of the late finish of works.
LBC.
Listeners, we interrupt the airwaves to share an incredible discovery. The reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. We must get to work in rebuilding Great Britain, bix by bix, by delivering Weetabix to whoever's in charge of fixing potholes, to VAR, and people who somehow manage to park over 2 bays. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. I'm back, leading Britain's conversation this morning from 7 on LBC.
Imagine if you could get the most out of your pre-festival vibes playlist and your can't believe it's over playlist. No need to imagine. The new Samsung Galaxy Buds 3 uses Galaxy AI to automatically adjust sound levels depending on what you're listening to. This one really gets me.
Galaxy AI is here. Buy the new Galaxy Buds 3 today. Require smartphone or tablet operating on Android 10 or above.
Summer at Waitrose is good right now. Get ready for some serious grazing. Why not pick up creamy pecorino and tomato pesto dip, cheddar and hot honey pinwheels, or Welsh rarebit Scotch eggs? Just a selection of deli delights on offer at 2 for £5.50 online or at your local Waitrose. The perfect spread for lazy summer days. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected lines and stores subject to availability.
All the big names are here. Ooh, who's that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big shark.
No, not her. The florist.
She's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks could save you up to 8 hours a week so you could bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit's QuickBooks.
McDonald's new mix and match menu. Choose any 3 for just £3. Like a cheeseburger, fries and an apple pie. Or a mayo chicken, McNuggets and an apple pie. Or an apple pie, and an apple pie. To share, obviously. The mix and match menu. Any 3 for £3. Ends 27th of August from 11 a.m. Selected items only. Delivery uplift and fees apply. Subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
This is LBC with Ian Payne. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
So an inquest in Woking in Surrey will open today into the death of Graham Thorpe, the former England cricketer and coach. It's been revealed by his family that he took his own life. The family spoke to Mike Atherton, former England captain, who's now a journalist. And it emerged in that, and again, I'm sorry about the details of this, but you have to say this. Sometimes you have to have a bit of reality. He was hit by a train in East Surrey on the morning of August the 4th. His wife, Amanda, confirmed that the father of four had previously tried to kill himself in May 2022, but despite being seriously in hospital, made a recovery. His two daughters revealed that he rarely spoke about his legendary status as a sportsman, telling them that he, quote, knocked a ball about a bit, and how he loved his family and would get up and dance anywhere to anything. He has a foundation that will be his legacy. The Samaritans' chief executive, Julie Bentley, said every life lost to suicide is a tragedy. Unfortunately, we know that 1 in 5 people will struggle with suicidal thoughts in their lifetimes. Wow. 1 in 5? Cool. Didn't know it was that huge a problem. His daughter, Kitty, said, "We are not ashamed of talking about it. There is nothing to hide, and it is not a stigma," which is why we're talking about it. Have you been affected by somebody who's taken their own life? Maybe you yourself were that person who talked you down from the ledge, as it were. 0345 6060 973 to share your thoughts on this, because any sharing of this, 1 in 5 people have suicidal thoughts. Why, and how did you get through it? Or maybe you are part of a family who lost someone. You tried as hard as you could. And I've known families who've tried as hard as they could to make their child better, but it was just an inevitability about the final chapter. Matt is in Birmingham. Thank you for being so patient, Matt. Tell me about you and your life.
Yeah, so my brother, that me and my family, we lost. It was about 8-9 years ago, and he suffered with his mental health for years and years. It was down to abuse in drugs, and my other brother, he's come close to it and that, but he's never kind of gone the full yard.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
so again, do you mind me delving into some details?
No, go ahead. He actually helps. I will say,
Right.
for anyone out there, talking therapy is brilliant. It outweighs any medication. Medication, yes, it's brilliant. It's there to take the edge off if you are really bad, but talking therapy is a definite. So I've gone through talking therapy through the NHS, and it was absolutely fantastic.
Okay, so your brother, who took his life 8 to 9 years ago, how old was he before you and others realised that he had a problem with drugs, and what was he taking?
He was in his late teens, into his 20s. He had a fantastic job when he was younger. He worked for a haulage firm, and he had a good career ahead of him. He moved down to help my other brother, the one that's still alive, and he just spiraled. He got involved with the people my alive brother now was involved with, and it kind of got to him more than.
What was if you don't mind me asking, what was the drug? You don't have to.
It was heroin and crack cocaine.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's a new level, isn't it? That's just.
Yeah, you can't have the one without the other. It's one of those.
It's just people that I've known who've had loved ones who were on that stuff. You can't reach them, can you? Because the drug's more powerful than love.
It's a weird sensation because they know they're doing wrong, but because there's such a need for it, and because the anxiety of this is how I explain to people. If there's an anxiety attached to it because they believe that they need it to function in the day, even if they come clean. 10 years down the line, they can still feel right.
And after however long it takes, as I understand it, it no longer becomes a pleasure. It just becomes a necessity.
Yeah, becomes a way of life.
Yeah.
You know, like we go to work, it's a way of life. We have our breakfast in the morning, it's a way of life.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it is.
Was he a functioning drug addict? Did he actually go to work?
Yes, it did. Yes and no. There was occasions when it didn't, and there was the majority of the time. Yeah, he was a builder. He was.
Right. Okay. And how were your parents?
So I've got separate dads. But my dad, his stepfather, was close, and it broke him. It did. I will say broke him, and he's never openly admitted it. He's never gone for counselling.
Have you spoken to him?
I've spoken to him, and I can't even get through to him properly. But I know he's a lorry driver like me, and I know when he's away on the road.
What about your brother's mum?
Yeah, she hit her. She's gone through counselling, but she's still suffering. A mother will always suffer.
Of course, yeah, because they never stop being their baby, do they?
No.
Never. Well, Matt, listen, thank you very much for sharing that. It sounds a bit banal to say that, but it's important. And, yeah, thank you. That's all I can say, really. Thank you very much. That's Matt, who's in Birmingham, whose brother took his own life. We're talking about this because Graham Thorpe, the former England cricketer and England cricket batting coach, his family have revealed that he took his own life. I must admit, because there were all these details about him dying last week, but nothing about the cause, and I assumed it was a long illness or something like that. I didn't realise it was this. So again, I'm sorry to give details of this, but if we are going to do this subject justice, we do need to fill in some of the gaps. So it's been revealed in an interview that his family gave to Mike Atherton, his former colleague in the England team, that he was hit by a train in East Surrey on the morning of August the 4th. The inquest into his death will open on Tuesday. His daughters have said, "We are not ashamed of talking about this. There is nothing to hide, and it is not a stigma." His wife Amanda also confirmed that Graham Thorpe had previously tried to kill himself in May 2022, but despite being seriously ill in hospital, he made a recovery. I'd like to hear from anyone who's been affected by this. Before that, let's speak to Paul Durridge. He's a Republican commentator in the United States. So what has Donald and Elon been talking about? Paul, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it was a 2-hour conversation. Elon Musk made a point at the beginning of, I'd call it an interview, but Elon Musk said it's not an interview, it's a conversation, because he wanted a non-adversarial discussion with Donald, and they chewed the fat for a couple of hours about all sorts. Illegal immigration saved my life is probably the line of the night.
Sorry, who said that?
Donald said that when the attempted assassination took place in Pennsylvania, that he was turning his head to look at a chart about illegal immigration. And he coined the phrase tonight, illegal immigration saved my life.
Wow.
So
the idea being that if he hadn't looked at this board, he would have been hit in the back of the head.
Correct.
Rather than his ear. I've seen the diagrams for it. Wow. Okay. Go on, give us some other... there must have been some other interesting stuff. Anything new that we didn't know?
Well, that he wants to shut down the Department of Education and move the responsibility for education back to the individual states. That's something he's very, very keen on. That's a general sort of policy issue. We've got pointing out that Biden and Kamala didn't even turn up for Netanyahu, that this administration has managed to, how can I say, annoy both sides in the Israel-Palestinian conflict. The Hamas and Israel conflict at this point has been managed to make enemies of both sides. He was pointing that out. Also that he was suggesting to Elon that he's got to try and find a way to incorporate solar panels into the cars. That was his
solar panels into cars.
Yeah, so he was giving Elon advice on perhaps how we could improve the Tesla vehicles by incorporating the solar panel into the car. I don't think that's a bad idea.
No, it's not. What did Elon Musk say? Did he take it in good faith, or did he look?
Well, you see, more than good faith, I've got to say that it's getting a lot of negative reporting, shall we say, and everybody's having a go at Trump. But I do think Elon actually came across as, almost like a teenage scout reporter, like a school newspaper being sent to interview the headmaster. He was giggling.
Did Trump say anything about Ukraine, about Putin, about NATO, anything like that, or was it just a bit more friendly conversation than that?
Well, he did. NATO came up because Elon pointed out that he'd actually received a letter from the EU Commission yesterday or today asking him to make sure that he doesn't spread misinformation with this interview of Donald Trump. Now, this is a South African entrepreneur working out of an American tech company receiving letters from the EU Commission. And obviously, Donald then regaled us with the usual, which he's quite right to point out, that NATO basically pays for the protection of the EU and perhaps they should butt out, and they only pay 71 billion they've paid to Ukraine, whilst we've paid 215, etc. The EU needs to pay its way in the NATO sense is basically the upshot of the discussion. They did, to be fair, for a 2-hour interview, they skipped over a lot of major policy detail because largely the delay meant that perhaps they maybe lost a bit of momentum.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, thank you very much indeed. I remember the last time Elon Musk did a giant interview. He was on the famous podcast, wasn't he, when he smoked a joint? Do you remember? And he got into quite a lot of trouble for that, I think it was. Do you not remember that? Okay, fair enough. Right, that was Paul Dudridge, Republican commentator. We are talking, and we're not going to apologise for it, about suicide. This is after Graham Thorpe, the former cricketer and England coach, his family, who've been praised for their courage after they shared the news that the England star took his own life. Have you ever been affected by someone who's taken their own life? Maybe it was you who was contemplating it. What changed you? What helped? Have you been a family member who's tried everything they can? I remember a friend of mine, one of his best friends was somebody who, when you spoke to him about how he was going to be an actor, he was at a really good theatre school, he was going to become, he was obviously very, very talented, but he was just negative about everything. And if you said to him, listen, your life is great because bum, 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 there you are, he would negativize it and immediately say, no, well, you say that, so the first point is because of this. And they logically worked out all the time what was going on, and it was all bad. And in the end, he took his life, and there was nothing they could do. His mother said there was nothing we could do about it. Have you been affected by someone taking their own life? It's 6:30, the news headlines. Thomas Watts.
A review has found a series of errors in the care of the Nottingham attacker, Valdo Calacane. It says he wasn't given adequate mental health support ahead of the deaths of 3 people last June. Ukraine says its forces are now in control of 1,000 square kilometres of Russian territory. The senior commander says troops are continuing to conduct an offensive operation in the Kursk region. Donald Trump's criticised the EU and his Democratic opponents during an interview with Elon Musk. The ex-owner blamed a huge cyber attack for technical problems with the live stream overnight. LBC weather, cloud and rain spreading across northern and western areas, staying dry, bright and warm further east, a high of 26 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up this morning with Nick, a damning report into the Nottingham attacks is published. Nick will speak live with the mother of Barnaby Webber, who was one of those killed. An 11-year-old girl and her mother stabbed by a stranger just here in London's Leicester Square. Nick will ask how safe you feel on our streets. And as you've been hearing, Elon Musk has interviewed Donald Trump on his social media stream. Nick will have a full report, all of that and more, coming up with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. This is LBC.
Most homes could save with Octopus Energy.
The customer service was really good. I needed that after the stress I'd had.
Because it's easy to use, the people are friendly on the telephone, you can always get a problem solved.
Amazing customer service you have provided, like, I'm so happy to start with you guys.
Oh, we're really glad to have you as well.
Octopus Energy, outstanding value with award-winning customer service. Visit octopus.energy/value for our calculation.
Imagine if you could unwind to your favourite artist without... No need to imagine. The new Samsung Galaxy Buds 3 Pro Uses Galaxy AI to automatically cancel out unwanted noise. But not the important ones. Drill music's never been my vibe anyway.
Galaxy AI is here. Buy the new Galaxy Buds 3 Pro today. Requires smartphone or tablet operating on Android 10 or above.
The Admiral spots the Greens. They're doing up their house.
Need a hand with anything?
No. Once the solar panels are up, our eco-transformation is complete. We've even bought a new electric car. Green, to match the house.
Yeah, it looks fab. But why are we whispering?
We're trying to reduce our noise pollution.
Admiral is as committed as the Greens in covering your switch to electric. Get a quote now for your electric car and more.
Admiral Insurance, always looking out for you.
McDonald's new mix and match menu. Choose any three for just £3. Like a cheeseburger, fries and an apple pie. Or a mayo chicken, McNuggets and an apple pie. Or an apple pie and an apple pie. To share, obviously, the mix and match menu. Any three for £3. Ends 27th of August from 11 a.m. Selected items only. Delivery uplift and fees apply. Subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Most homes would save with Octopus Energy. Outstanding value with award-winning customer service. Visit octopus.energy/value for our calculation.
Ian Payne on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
Good morning. We're making no apologies to talking about taking your own life after the revelation that the former England cricketer Graham Thorpe did just that. His daughter says we're not ashamed of talking about it. There is nothing to hide and it is not a stigma. Have you been affected by a suicide? In a moment, we're going to be talking about a very unusual phone call made by Keir Starmer to the leader in Iran. It was a 30-minute phone call, and we'll get some details on that. First, let's get some business details from Danny Hewson, financial analyst at AJ Bell. Now, what's happening with the new King Charles banknotes? Morning.
Well, they've gone into public circulation, so you may well find one in your wallet, though obviously they're waiting until the ones with the Queen's head are ragged and need replacing before they put too many out. Now, the King has a full set of first issues, but the Bank of England has been auctioning some of them off for charity. And one of them, a £10 note with the serial number that ends 02, so incredibly low number, sold for £17,000. So pay a tenner,
17 grand for a tenner?
Exactly that.
Okay.
So huge amounts of money, but obviously these notes are collector's items and ultimately could be worth an awful lot more than that. So there was a sheet of 40 connected £50 notes with a face value of £2,000 sold for £26,000. Now, the four different sales raised £914,127 in total, and that is going to be divided up among 10 charities, including the Childhood Trust and the Trussell Trust. But we know that these new notes have been really popular, and we've seen queues at post offices and outside the Bank of England as people try and get their hands on some.
It's been revealed that almost 100,000 fewer people used Heathrow Airport last year. Do we know why?
Yeah, I mean, this is just recently because of the introduction of a new travel permit, which costs £10. It's called Electronic Travel Authorisation, and it was introduced by the previous government last November. So it's currently only imposed on nationals from 7 Middle East countries who want to enter or travel through the UK, but they don't have a visa or legal residence. It is payable, though, by all travellers, even children and babies. Now, even though Heathrow has just recorded record passenger numbers for July, 7.98 million people travelled through Heathrow, made it Europe's busiest airport in the first 6 months of the year, beating Paris Charles de Gaulle. And of course, we've had the Olympics there. And during July, when schools broke up, they had 6 of their busiest ever days. But there is a real concern because, 90,000 decline in passengers coming along those routes, and it is due to be extended, this scheme, so to most other countries this autumn and then to European nationals from early this year. So Heathrow is saying, look, this is having a material impact already, calling on the new government to scrap it. But the Home Office says, look, we're introducing these ETAs to enhance border security, modernise the experience for travellers. They are keeping the whole thing under advisement, but it looks unlikely to disappear.
And what's the latest on the bid for the Telegraph?
Well, Nadeem Zahawi, former Chancellor, we spoke about the fact that he is apparently trying to put together a bid according to parties in the know. And Sky News has obviously been talking to an awful lot of people, sources, who say that he has been sounding out former Prime Minister Boris Johnson about a potential role at the Telegraph. He would become global editor-in-chief. Now, apparently these are only preliminary talks, but according to Sky, Nadeem Zahawi has been talking to potential investors about the fact that Boris Johnson could well be on the ticket. So obviously reuniting these two. Nadeem Zahawi, of course, was appointed Chancellor by Boris Johnson, even though he was only in the office for a very short period of time. But of course, you know, Boris Johnson was heavily involved with the Telegraph over the year. He was a correspondent, more recently a highly paid columnist, though now he writes a column for the Daily Mail. But, you know, the process to acquire the Telegraph has been going on and on and on since a takeover by an Abu Dhabi state-backed group was blocked by the last administration. We're told that Nadeem Zahawi's bid is now fully funded, so let's see what happens next.
Thanks very much indeed, Danny. Danny Hewson, financial analyst at AJ Bell. So, very unusually, our Prime Minister has spoken on the phone to the President of Iran, a man whose name is Masoud Pezeshkian. He's just taken over, and he said he was deeply concerned, said Sir Keir Starmer, amid growing fears that Iran will retaliate against Israel over the killing of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. Let's speak to Major Andrew Fox about this, a research fellow at the Henry Jackson Society. I suppose the most important question, Andrew, has to be, will it fall on deaf ears, or will the Iranians actually not retaliate?
To be honest, I'm surprised the Iranian president even gave Mr. Starmer half an hour. Iran really aren't interested in what the UK have to say at this point. It's all about America. They are the ones who've got two aircraft carriers steaming towards the Gulf as we speak. They're the ones with a nuclear submarine in the water, and I'm sure it makes great headlines for Mr. Starmer, but why would Iran listen to him? He spent the last 3 weeks, certainly his foreign secretary has, he spent the last 3 weeks signalling to Iran that they're quite happy to play along with Iran's games. They've withdrawn the ICC amicus curiae against Israel's leaders. They've talked about stopping arms sales to Israel. This is exactly what Iran want. So, you know, why would they listen to Mr. Starmer right now?
What is the sort of political thinking of retaliation? Is it just something you cannot be seen to be losing face to your citizens, or is there more to it than this? Because everyone always retaliates, don't they?
Yeah, well, Israel have humiliated Iran. You know, they've killed Haniyeh on Iranian soil. They've exposed glaring weaknesses in Iranian internal security. And if you look at sort of the culture of the Middle East, then honour and face are two huge things that come into play. And, of course, with Iranian society being in sort of mild rebellion, being heavily suppressed by the Iranian regime, it really doesn't suit them to look quite so weak. And so that's where this sabre rattling is coming from. But America have thrown two carrier groups in there. So retaliation is actually very hard now for Iran.
And will the UK have any influence over whether the US will try and ask Iran to desist or not?
I very much doubt it. We might throw up a couple of fighter jets and some logistics assistance to help repel any rocket attack, but really our sway in the Gulf is minimal since we got rather brutally kicked out of Basra in the late 2000s.
I saw a picture of one of the US carriers on its way to the Middle East. There's a lot of... let's just say they're tooled up, aren't they? My God, they've got enough fighter planes on there. Is it a gesture, or do they intend to use them?
Well, they used them in April when Iran tried their last rocket attack. It was, the Iron Dome and David Sling and Arrow, the Israeli missile defense systems do need to be supplemented by fighter jets, and the Israeli Air Force is very capable, but they certainly needed American assistance. So, that air wing will absolutely be used to shoot down any rockets that Iran might fire, and also if there's any severe casualties within Israel, there might well be an Israeli retaliation against Tehran. So you could see it potentially come into play there as well.
Andrew, thanks as always. Major Andrew Fox, Research Fellow at the Henry Jackson Society. Let me just read out some of the texts, as I've not really done any texts on this. We've just had some calls, which obviously we need to take. We're talking about people taking their own lives after the family of the former cricketer Graham Thorpe have revealed he took his own life. It emerged that he was hit by a train in East Surrey on the morning of August the 4th. An inquest in Woking opens today. His daughter said, "We are not ashamed of talking about this subject. There is nothing to hide, and it is not a stigma," which is why we're talking about it too. Some interesting points being made by quite a few of you, actually. Morning, Ian. Absolutely tragic, says Jim in Birmingham, about the suicide of Graham Thorpe. But if you say he was hit by a train, can we spare a thought for the driver of that train? We all need to talk more. Absolutely. I mean, God knows what that driver must be going through. I'm now 50, says Leroy. I know of 5 friends and family who've taken their own lives due to relationship breakdowns, he says. And Mimi says, my 21-year-old nephew died in February. It was out of the blue, and I've questioned if there was any indicator when we spoke on the Sunday. The answer is no. So shocking. Since then, says Mimi, I've made it my mission to be open and honest about it, as my eyes have been opened. So many people are affected by this, but they feel they can't talk about it. Yeah, one of the heads of one of the mental health charities, this is the Samaritans chief executive, Julie Bentley, said, "We know that 1 in 5 people will struggle with suicidal thoughts in their lifetime." Wow, that's an enormous figure, isn't it? Have you been affected, Tony? I know you've been very patient, and I will come to you after the news headlines, which are read by Thomas Watts.
The families of the 3 victims of last year's Nottingham attacks say local services have blood on their hands. Sir Keir Starmer's urged Iran to refrain from launching an attack on Israel. And a growing number of people have been evacuated from western Russia as Ukrainian troops push into the Kursk region. LBC weather, cloudy and wet in the west, dry in the east, a high of 26 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. The M11 has reopened northbound at junction 7A at Harlow North. Still delays of about 2 miles, though, on the approach, but at least the motorway is now back open. In Goodmays, the High Road is closed eastbound all the way up to Chadwell Heath. Those investigation works are still taking place. In Tottenham, Gloucester Road is closed in both directions at the Avenue, and that's because of an ongoing police investigation. On the train, southeastern services via Nunhead can't run between Victoria and Shortlands, and also up to Lewisham. It's all down to a signal failure. And also on the Northern Line there are problems. Northbound services can't run between Euston and East Finchley. Then there are minor delays on the rest of the line.
LBC. Sneak a look at your watch. The countdown to lunchtime is on. Well, at Costa, our beans are roasting, our sandwich is toasting, and we've got a deal for you. Get a delicious Costa quality coffee with a ham and cheese, beans and cheese, or a Bosch vegan toasty from $5.99 between 11 and 2. That's lunch sorted. Costa Coffee. Price stated in select stores. Exclusions and geographical restrictions apply, subject to availability. T's and C's at costa.co.uk.
Hello, I'm Nick Ferrari. Nick Ferrari at breakfast. I'm back, leading Britain's conversation in 15 minutes on LBC.
Professor, you know you sold the car, right?
What?
You know you sold the car, right? Just sold my car. Do we buy any car? Just sold my car. Do we buy any car? Just sold my car. Do we buy any car?
To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit WeBuyAnyCar.com/info.
It's McDonald's 50th birthday. So, to get you in the party mood, we're turning our ad breaks into dance breaks. Okay, start with your hands up, arms bent, elbows facing the floor and palms to the ceiling. Then you're going to simply lift your hands up and down, up and down, up and down. Add some hips if you want, or a nod of the head. Get funky with it. And there you have it. You're raising the roof. McDonald's 50th birthday. You're all invited.
Imagine if that mate, you know the one, could
literally take a pic of your festival fit and get the DJ in too. No need to imagine. Just unfold your new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 and watch as AI and auto zoom fits everyone and everything in shot. Now that's defo going on the grid.
Galaxy AI is here on the Galaxy Z Flip 6. Buy now at Sky Mobile from £37 a month, including the new Buds 3 Pro. Ends 28th of August. See sky.com/mobile for terms.
Life is like a pack of Warburton's crumpets, full of holes and on sale at Morrison's for 90p for 6. Actually, that's not like life at all. But Warburton's, the family bakers, are trying to make life a bit easier during the school holidays. Just ask for Ellen at any Morrison's cafe and we'll give you all 2 toasted crumpets for free. No questions asked. Good stuff. It's baked in at Warburton's. Available from the 5th to the 25th of August. Search Warburton's Good Stuff. Terms apply.
Ian Payne on LBC.
We're talking about suicide because of the brave revelation. Many would say brave. They say, no, we need to talk about this. The family of the former England cricketer Graham Thorpe, who took his own life last week. An inquest in Woking opens on Tuesday, but it's already emerged due to an interview that the family have given to his former cricketing teammate Mike Atherton that he was actually hit by a train in East Surrey on the morning of August the 4th. I'm asking if you or anyone in your family has been affected by suicide. Tony is in Orpington. Thank you for being so patient, Tony.
That's all right, Ian. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Pleasure.
I've had a occasion. I love LBC. It's really good. You need to help me through this. I've got these questions because I don't know where to start. It's to do with my mental health. I have good and bad days all the time. I'm in my 30s, and I had to relate to one of your callers you had before about him missing his sister and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was really close to my sister, but they just can't handle me, and I make my mum too anxious, and it's difficult.
Can you remember, Tony? I can remember I was 37 at the time, but can you remember when you first started to feel different, and what was that feeling?
Started to feel different when I had a diagnosis at 24, and I didn't tell anyone about it, and I also had like a really massive traumatic leg injury, which sort of stopped my refereeing career as well. And I just kept myself away for a long time. So,
are you on medication?
Yeah, I'm on antidepressants, yeah.
Okay, and have you been diagnosed as a particular form of mental health crisis?
No.
Are you bipolar or schizophrenic or any of those?
No, schizophrenic. My older brother's a schizophrenic, but I have not been. No, not any of those. But they do suspect that they I have a doctor saying it might be bipolar or anything like that, or it might be ADHD. But no.
I'm okay. When I do this, I always have to have a caveat. I'm not a health professional. You should seek health advice. I'm convinced that the vast majority of people, just my personal opinion, vast majority of people can get better.
Yeah, I believe that.
Good. And I think you need a second opinion, and I think you need to speak to either get referred to a psychiatrist or an assessor to a psychiatrist who will look at your medication, because I think if you're anything like me and bipolar, you need a mood stabilizer as well as a antidepressant. Okay. But I'm not a doctor. Okay, so just remember that it's a mood stabilizer.
Stabilizer. Okay, I'll mention that.
Mention that and just say, what do you think? Because my life turned around in 24 hours when I took it. It was like the magic pill. Honestly, it was just incredible. And I think there's a lot of people who are being misdiagnosed these days, and they think talking will cure them, and it just can't. You know, it's all very well saying, just buck your ideas up. Snap out of it. It's not that. You can't. It's physical, isn't it? It's physical. Your stomach is just shouting at you the whole day. You can't sleep. Your mind is so busy. It's like, shut up, leave me alone. Yeah, it's like that, isn't it? And you think, like I said before, I think, and I'm not a professional, please go to your doctor or GP, get referred, but you must see a psychiatrist, not a GP. No offence to GPs, but you must get the right medicine, and it's the fear of it not going away, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
That's the thing that made me. It's debilitating, and you think, if I'm not going to get better, I think this is why people... Yeah, exactly. I'm a burden. Even my loved ones, life would be better off for them and me if I was no longer here. Whereas I know I'm an optimist. I am convinced that the majority of people, not everyone, obviously, but the right meds, everyone can live a life that they can survive and indeed enjoy, all right? And the right meds might not be the first ones they give you, you see? Doctors are not gods, and I know because my whole family are doctors. They are wonderful, wonderful people, and without them, God knows what we would do, but they're not always right. Always, if you're not getting better, always get a second opinion, and always see if you can ask them about alternative medicines, because if it doesn't work, you'll probably find something that does. That's all. And maybe a combination is your way forward. If you're bipolar, and I've spoken to many psychiatrists about it, they all say mood stabiliser, have to have mood stabiliser, otherwise you won't get better.
Okay,
Just a thought. All right, Tony?
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Good luck, mate. All right, keep listening. We're always here if you want to ring us. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Keep us up to date with how it goes, will you? We'll listen to your earlier caller, David. He was on saying he lost his brother. So brave, wishing him the very, very best. Actually, no, I think David was the one who himself had thought about ending it all. Nicola says, I was referred to a psychiatrist and boom, 200, you say grams, I think you mean milligrams, I hope you do, of sertraline every day for the rest of my life and diazepam only during high anxiety episodes. You see, I don't want to turn this into a chemist's hour, but I don't think that anti-anxiety pills like anything with PAM at the end or AM at the end, I'm always, that's a masking agent. That's not going to, I've done that. I've been there. I don't know. Everyone's different. And that's why, boom, 200 milligrams of sertraline, that's a lot. I don't know whether, if it's bipolar, please get a second opinion. If you're not getting better, get a second opinion and get another referral. And you have to see the doctor of the brain. You have to see a psychiatrist. You cannot rely on a GP. As I say, no defence to GPs, but they are clinicians. They are all medicines and all parts of the body. A psychiatrist is a person who looks after your head. And people say, oh, it's just, you're just feeling a bit low. Or and you go, or as one guy so memorably put it the other way, oh, you had a headache and you started crying a couple of times. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Right, I'm so sorry. I got so into my subject there as I do. I do apologise. Steve Gillen joins us now, General Secretary of the Prison Officers Association. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, Steve. But this is the story that there's a new justice review that is basically saying that children going to jail and children's prison not fit for purpose. What do you make of it?
Well, Ian, I confess I haven't read the full report, but I've seen the headlines and I've read an article in a daily newspaper saying that all juvenile prisons should be closed.
Not a single establishment that we inspected, they said, in which it was safe to hold children and young people.
Well, I mean, everyone's entitled to the view, but the reality is to have a headline suggesting that every juvenile prison should be shut is wholly wrong, and I think your listeners will be quite alarmed, actually, because unfortunately there are children that do deserve to go to jail to protect the public. Cast your mind back to the horrific case of Jamie Bulger, for goodness sake. Is anybody really suggesting that there are one or two individuals that shouldn't be in prison?
No, I can understand your reservations. I know, sorry that time's so tight. Can I just ask you for your opinion on the imprisonment of rioters that has been implemented, this sort of 24-hour session courts? And saying our prisons are fairly full. What do you think of that?
Well, prisons are full, are getting full. Some online, some cells have come online in recent weeks, which is assisted. But it's not really for me to judge the courts in imprisonment. But the reality is, it has been out of control, and I understand why the government have reacted in the manner that they have in order to protect the public.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Steve. Steve Gillen, General Secretary of the Prison Officers Association. He's wonderful. He's always available to talk to us. Those numbers, by the way, for the Samaritans, 116123 and Mind, 0300 102 1234, 9am to 6pm, Monday to Friday. That's it from me. Back tomorrow, hopefully, at 4. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player. It is the official LBC app. You can get it for free from your app store. Coming up at 10, it's James O'Brien, but now with the Tuesday breakfast, Nick Ferrari.
Thanks, Ian. At 7 o'clock on Tuesday, August the 13th, the litany of missed chances to stop the Nottingham killer, Valdo Calacane. His brother, Elias, said to the BBC last night, doctors warned he, quote, Valdo could go on to kill.
My brother is so psychotic that the doctor notes that there seems to be no insight or remorse, and the danger will be that the next time this will happen again, and perhaps Valdo will end up killing someone.
Danger on our streets, part 2. Here's Abdullah, a brave security guard in Leicester Square, central London, describing what happened when he apprehended a knife man yesterday.
I saw that he was stabbing a kid. I jumped on him, hold the hand in which he wasn't having a knife, and I just put him down on the floor and just hold him and kick the knife away from him.
Possibly saving 2 lives there. The number of boat crossings soars. What exactly is the Labour plan? An X-rated shambles when Elon Musk tries to talk to Donald Trump and apologises for a cyber attack.
We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack and saturated all of our data lines.
Plus, a possible new job for Boris Johnson. But what exactly might that be? It's later in this app. News is next on LBC.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 7 o'clock, a review has found a mental health trust minimised or omitted details of the risks posed by the Nottingham attacker, Valdo Calacane. He stabbed students Barnaby Webber and Grace O'Malley Kumar and caretaker Ian Coates in Nottingham last June. Calacane, who has paranoid schizophrenia, is serving an indefinite hospital order. Chris Zigitti from the Care Quality Commission says there are lessons for trusts across the country.
For the individuals involved, their families and loved ones, the damage cannot be undone. However, there is action that can be and must be taken to better support people with serious mental health needs and provide better protection for the public.
A 32-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder over a stabbing in central London. Iwan Pintaru is accused of attacking an 11-year-old girl in Leicester Square yesterday morning. The Prime Minister has urged Iran's president to refrain from attacking Israel. Sir Keir Starmer told Masoud Pezeshkian there is a serious risk of miscalculation. Iran blames Israel for the assassination of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran last month. Ukraine says its forces are now in control of 1,000 square kilometres of Russian territory. A senior commander says troops are continuing to conduct an offensive operation in the Kursk region. It began a week ago.
LBC Sport.
With eToro, the award-winning trading and investing platform.
The two sides relegated from the Premier League last season have met in the Championship. Burnley saw off Luton 4-1 at Kenilworth Road last night. And Tom Daley says he's sure now is the right time to retire from competitive sport. Britain's most successful diver has 5 Olympic medals, including a silver from Paris and a gold in Tokyo. He was among the Team GB athletes who returned to the UK from France yesterday, and he explained what he plans to do next.
A lot more time with my kids, a lot more time knitting. I want to be able to kind of expand my Made with Love knitting world to hopefully bring my passion for knitting to more people, crochet, just generally hand-making things and slowing down and trying to be a little bit more mindful with the way that we make things.
In the city, the FTSE 100 will reopen this morning at 82.10 after closing up 42 yesterday. The pound buys $1.27 and the euro 16. LBC weather. Cloud and rain spreading across northern and western areas, staying dry, bright and warmer in eastern England, a high of 26 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Thomas Watts.
Making a business insurance claim can be stressful. That's why at NFU Mutual we aim to respond to all claims quickly.
we work with specialists to minimize disruption so you can get back to business as quickly as possible. It's no wonder over 95% of our business customers renew with us each year. For business insurance you can rely on, search NFU Mutual Business Insurance. NFU Mutual. Closer to your business and closer to what matters.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Good morning, it's 4 minutes after 7 on Tuesday, August the 13th. Coming up in this hour, the series, The Litany of Missed Opportunities. A doctor actually warning that the Nottingham attacker could kill 3 years before the stabbing. But of course, as we now know, tragically, the triple killer was allowed to roam free. Full coverage of that story. And by the way, later in the show, we will hear from the mother of one of the victims, Barnaby Webber's mother, Emma. She's joining us, but that's later in the show. In other news, try 703 people arriving in just one day. Now, I know Rishi Sunak's absurd claim to stop the boats was farcical, but what exactly did Labour plan? Well, something I put to new Home Secretary Yvette Cooper speaking with me prior to the general election.
Also, will introduce a new border security command to go after the criminal gangs because they are wreaking havoc along our borders, and they've been allowed to do so.
Yes, the other voice you heard there was James Cleverly. We'll get into that story in more detail. Overseas to Ukraine, his Commander-in-Chief of Ukrainian forces describing last night how far his men, and possibly women, had penetrated into Russian territory.
Currently, we have control over approximately 1,000 square kilometers of Russian Federation territory. The situation remains under our control.
Fact, 3 police officers lost out on promotion because they were, quotes, white British. How fair might that be? And the tragedy of this supremely skilled sportsman.
Nice shot from Graham Cole. That's nicely played. Easily eased through there. Oh, lovely shot. They're not missing too many loose ones.
This is a batsman when it was nearly loose. Nice shots or lovely shots. There he was scoring over 130 against Australia. Now we know he took his own life as he believed his family would be better off without him. We'll look into the crippling effects of depression later in the show.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Normally on a show such as this, after a report that's been prepared, the devastating report, shall give you a little bit more detail into the failings of a series of health agencies and services. I'd ask how safe are our streets, but I think you know the answer, don't you? Now, we have to tread mildly carefully because there are charges now on 2 of the matters I'm about to discuss. We'll get into that horrific Nottingham triple killer in a moment. But it was just effectively days ago, wasn't it, when 3 little girls went out to a dance class, and we know what happened then. And then just yards from the door of these studios, but it doesn't matter whether it's 100 miles from the doors of the studio, it would appear 2 people who are just trying to have a day shopping or walking around at a tourist attraction, and we have to tread carefully here, but were the victim of a knife attack, we can certainly say that. A man has been charged within the last half an hour or so, so again, we tread carefully. So there's no point asking how safe are our streets. They're bloody unsafe. You can't even send kiddies to a dance class. You can't even possibly go to a Lego store. I don't know if they were going to the Lego store, but it's very near there. And then, of course, we look at these events. How many Valdo Calicanes are there out there? Why were these... When I tell you the litany of missed chances, 3 years before the stabbings, Calicane's mental illness was so severe, a doctor said he could end up killing someone. In the sort of language which a forensic psychiatrist told the BBC last night, I've never seen a remark like that in medical records before. Within 2 weeks of that, he was deemed suitable for discharge again. Now, the family of Calicane spoke for the first time yesterday and laid bare the extent of failings within the mental health service prior to the release of this report. To remind you, Calicane killed students Barnaby Webber, you'll hear from his mother later in the show, and Grace Omani Kumar, and then caretaker Ian Coates in Nottingham last year before driving a van into a bus queue. The most shocking revelation was that a doctor, as I said earlier, had warned years ago that he could go on to kill. Here, his brother Elias explains what the doctor wrote.
This entry is from the second admission into hospital.
The second time he's been sectioned.
Second time he's been sectioned. And yeah, there's an entry here about a meeting that the doctor has and a chat he has with my brother. And, you know, my brother is so psychotic that the doctor notes that there seems to be no insight or remorse, and the danger will be that the next time this will happen again, and perhaps Valdo will end up killing someone.
So that was on the BBC last night. Now a damning report comes out today, reveals how doctors minimised or omitted details in Callaghan's care, which led to his release and ultimate, of course, the death of those 3 victims. It's by the Care Quality Commission, or CQC. It said that risk assessments played down the fact he was refusing to take his medication, was having ongoing symptoms of psychosis and becoming increasingly violent towards others. Responding to the report and the revelations by the TV show, James, son of Ian Coates, says the new evidence is another kick in the teeth.
To see something just like as damning as this, that a doctor already knew that he could go out and kill and nothing was to be done about it, it's just another kick to the teeth when we're already down. Like, I've already lost my dad, and Grace and Barney's parents have lost their young children. And there's no bringing them back. Well, just to find out that there's even more things that could have been done to put Callaghan on a different direction, or maybe get him the help he needed before it was too late.
Despite the extent of Callaghan's mental health issues, the Attorney General asked for his conviction, manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility, to be reviewed. However, in May, this was denied by the courts. Back then, I spoke with Emma Webber, Barnaby's mother, and she told me it just added insult to injury.
You know, we've been vocal all the way through. We do not and never will accept the plea that was accepted of manslaughter for various different reasons. I'm not saying that Callaghan isn't mentally unwell. Of course he is. But yesterday it's just another level of trauma, Nick, really. It's not so, you know, it's not a full stop. It's one part of this enormous melee and maelstrom of investigations and reviews that we're looking into. There are 8 in total.
Let's turn first to Rebecca Hilsenrath, who's Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman, examines complaints from individuals about the NHS, joining me now. Thank you for coming on the show. So we have someone who was sectioned 4 times in less than 2 years, was not taking his medication, admitted that he was continually hearing voices, and was able to roam the streets. How come? Good morning.
Morning, Nick, and I just want to start by saying how distressing it is to listen to the families of the victims, and what an appalling story this is. And I've not been involved with the case and can't comment on it directly, but I'm afraid the issue of discharge for mental health is a known problem. It's a vulnerable part of a vulnerable system. I know that Mr. Callaghan, as we've heard, has been in and out of mental health for a period of time. We published a report on mental health discharge about 6 months ago, based on looking at over about 100 closed cases we'd looked at over the 3 years previously. And I'm afraid some of the findings echoed a report that we published 6 years previously, indicating a lack of progress. And the 3 key things that we found were about a lack of communication between different disciplines within the trust, poor record keeping, but above all, and this does echo the failings in this case, a lack of proper listening and involvement of patients and their families, which is, of course, what we're hearing in terms of Mr. Callaghan's family saying their issues, their concerns were not listened to, and they didn't feel properly engaged in the conversation.
Grace O'Malley Kumar's father, who is in the medical profession, is asking why some of the people who made these decisions can't be identified. What is the rationale behind that?
Well, that's a matter for the CQC, but I think the key issue for us is about accountability.
How can we find accountability if these people aren't identified?
One of the problems that we find in making progress in relation to issues of failings that we find in the NHS is about a culture of defensiveness, and that is about accountability. It's about NHS being able to learn from the mistakes that it comes across, and understanding that complaints are a pathway to understanding what better practice looks like. And we think that there'll be better progress across the piece when there's a different culture at leadership level in the NHS. You need to
But how is that to be brought about? I'm sorry to talk over you, Ombudsman, but how is that to be brought about? Unless people who are... For instance, you're probably aware, on his 4th admission to hospital, indeed the last one before he took a triple killing, he was wrongly treated under Section 2 of the Mental Health Act, which meant doctors could not administer drugs against his will. We need to know who made that decision, don't we?
So we are the complaint handler of last resort. That means when a complaint comes to us, A, there's been a failing, and B, the complaint handling by the frontline trust has failed to address the issue. That means what we see are really kind of hardwired problems that have not been resolved easily at first level. I think it's important to say there's fantastic practice in the NHS.
Well, not here.
But we don't see it homogeneous.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about how many Valdo Calicanes could be on the streets.
Absolutely. And I know that...
And if there is this extraordinary degree of cover that is provided for people in the NHS, I don't know why.
We know that people who deal with mental health issues are under a huge amount of pressure. That's in terms of accessing a resource which is under huge pressure at the moment in terms of the rising pressure on the service. The problem is, of course, that if you discharge too early, you simply go into a cycle of readmission, which is what we've seen, of course, with Mr. Calicane. That is neither safe nor balanced, nor the best thing for the individual or the community, and it's nor is it actually the best use of resources, because it actually costs more in the long term.
But noting you're not responsible for this, and I'm grateful you came on, but my listeners are obviously concerned how many others there are out like that, could be out there like this, and no one knows, do they? No one's got a clue.
What we welcome is the King's speech setting out that the Mental Health Act is going to be reformed, and this is something that we've been asking for a very long time. It's overdue. We've also asked for patients to be properly involved within care. We've asked for multidisciplinary teams to be properly managed so that there's good communication.
What's a multidisciplinary team? What does that mean? I don't know. What does it mean?
You often find in mental health cases that there is, for example...
That's a failure is what you find, yeah.
You often find both a mental health professional and a physical health professional.
Let's use the word professional here, eh? It's not appropriate, is it?
We don't...
I mean, this is beyond amateurish. 4 times this man was sectioned. People section him with the wrong part of the Mental Health Act, so they can't give him drugs against his will. You use the word professional. I wouldn't let these people carry out the garbage.
I think that what we've found is a lack of proper report.
All right. Well, I'm very grateful for your time. Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate you're not involved in this at all, and you've been defending what is a very tough case, and I do appreciate it, Rebecca. Thank you. Rebecca Hilsenrath is Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman, not involved in this, I want to say, in any shape or form, but I'm grateful for your input. Let's get a word from one of the families involved. Emma Webber is joining us later, but Brad Seeger is spokesperson for the family. What does this say about this indefinite hospital order that Calicane has at the moment to you? Good morning.
Nick, good morning. Firstly, can I thank you for asking all the right questions as usual. Our blood is boiling with anger this morning. We've known this for a while, and as you've spoken to Emma before, we are deeply concerned about the outcome in the criminal case. And what I can absolutely guarantee your listeners, as I've guaranteed the families, is that we are going to leave no stone unturned in ensuring that at absolutely every level there is going to be accountability here, and that sentence that Calicane is currently serving is going to be reviewed. Much as the post office inquiry is being handled now, that's what we're going to have here, not only in respect of Calicane, but Nick, you've been asking all the right questions about how many other times is this happening across the country. We don't usually hear about them, but we want a judge-led statutory inquiry to ask the very questions that you've been asking this morning. You'll hear from Emma later.
How close are we to that judge-led inquiry, do you think, Rad?
Well, you've heard Sir Keir, you've heard West Streeting, you've heard the Attorney General promise these families that is going to happen. It needs to be built up very patiently and slowly. I've brought the best lawyers in the country in for these families, but inevitably, Nick, you need to spend a bit of time gathering all the evidence, making sure there's full disclosure. That half-hearted panorama program last night only looked at a portion of of Calicane's medical records. So I'm sorry to be boring, but you need a bit of patience. You can't just go rushing in.
I hear you. Brad, thank you. We'll talk again. Brad Seeger, thank you. And we're hearing from the victim mum, Emma Webber, later in the show. How safe are our streets? Well,
my daughter turns 11 on Wednesday, so that makes me not want to bring her to somewhere as busy as this.
Yeah, horror on Leicester Square after 2 people who seem to be attacked reported knife man there. That's that's going before the court. 7:17 LBC News headlines read by Thomas Watts.
A review has found a series of errors in the care of the Nottingham attacker Valdo Calacane. A 32-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder over a stabbing in Leicester Square in central London. Ukraine says its forces are now in control of 1,000 square kilometres of Russian territory. LBC weather, cloud and rain spreading across the north and west, dry in eastern England, a high of 26 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. Delays on the North Circular Road westbound from Henley's Corner to the Brent Cross flyover. It's because there's only one lane open for the emergency repair works. In Tottenham, Gloucester Road remains closed both ways at the Avenue. It's all down to a police investigation. Outside Manor House Tube Station, Seven Sisters Road is closed westbound because of a burst water main. The High Road is closed eastbound between Goodmays and Chadwell Heath. That's all down to an accident. On the train, Southeastern services are running via Nunhead. It's all down to a signal failure. Thameslink services are running through the area, but with delays. And on the Underground, the Northern Line remains suspended northbound from Euston to East Finchley. And then there are severe delays on the rest of the line.
LBC.
You have worked hard. Your company has flourished, and you are deservedly reaping the fruits of your labour. However, you are now ready to retire and call it a day. But how do you ensure an orderly exit and realise maximum value from your business? At Barnes Rofe, our specialists have been busy helping clients with bespoke succession planning and business exit strategies. Contact us today to help plan for your retirement. Barnes Rofe, clever accountants for business.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
It's 2024. We can use robots to clean our flats. Order Kung Pao chicken with our watches. And, hey, play my tune.
Playing your playlist.
And now there's a better way to do energy. With OVO's energy savings account Beyond, you could save cash today and bank greener rewards for tomorrow. Now that's a first. Search OVO Beyond. Discounts include bill savings by using energy at greener times. Smart meter required. For terms and eligibility, search OVO Beyond.
Imagine if you could get the most out of your pre-festival vibes playlist and your can't believe it's over playlist. No need to imagine. The new Samsung Galaxy Buds 3 uses Galaxy AI to automatically adjust sound levels depending on what you're listening to. This one really gets me.
Galaxy AI is here. Buy the new Galaxy Buds 3 today. Require smartphone or tablet operating on Android 10 or above.
You know my friend from work?
Yeah.
He's dating that woman who does the show. You know the one.
Who?
It's been going on for quite some time. Apparently, several months now. He what? No, don't tell anyone.
Do you wish that life came with subtitles? At Boots Hearing Care, we can help you hear more of what you love. Book your free hearing check today at bootshearingcare.com. And for a limited time, get up to 15% off personalised hearing solutions and spread the cost with our interest-free payment plans. Visit bootshearingcare.com for details.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
7:21. We're talking about the appalling findings of this Commission's report into the blunders that allowed the Nottingham triple killer to be free. And of course, inquiries will be called, I'm sure. But unless we have a situation in which surely we can find who it was who, in one instance, sectioned the man in the wrong part of the Mental Health Act, which meant that when he resisted drugs or resisted medication that couldn't be effectively forced on him, unless we get to the bottom of this, how is it that the NHS is allowed to cover its tracks in this extraordinary fashion? It is simply not good enough. Quickly through some of the front pages. Well, it understandably leads many of your front pages today. They were told he could kill, says the Daily Mirror. Blood on their hands, is the Daily Mail. Also the front page of the Metro as well. They knew for 3 years that he was a danger. One other story that's getting some coverage today is the front page of The Sun, Britain's worst rioter aged 12. This is a judge branding a boy of 12. The worst rioter who was more involved in the violence and disorder than any other defender. Yes, he was aged 12. Quickly through the websites, LBC is picking up on what was a bit of an X-rated shambles for Elon Musk and his attempted interview with Donald Trump, former president. It went off about 40 minutes late. It went on for more than 2 hours. One claim from Trump was that Biden was ousted in a coup. And in his view, Kamala Harris is third-rate and phony. Other websites, the Daily Mail is telling us that Prince Harry and Meghan Markle even new chief of staff has quit after just 3 months in the job. And the Huffington Post is talking about anger within the Kremlin and Russia because of that incursion by Ukraine. Right, we'll come to your views on that. I remind you, of course, do stay tuned. You're going to hear from one of the victims' mothers. You hear from Emma Webber, who was the mother of Barnaby Webber, of course. You're going to be hearing from her later in the show about exactly what she and the other families want from that report, and from the show you might have seen last night where they spoke, of course, with the killer's brother and his mother too. Calls on that in a moment, but I have referenced what went on in Leicester Square. A shop security guard describing how he helped save an 11-year-old girl as she was attacked by a knifeman in Leicester Square yesterday. Abdullah is the security guard.
I saw that he was stabbing a kid. I jumped on him, hold the hand in which he wasn't having a knife, and I just put him down on the floor and just hold him and kick the knife away from him. And then a couple of more people joined as well, and we just hold him until the police came.
Now, in an earlier statement, the Met Police said a man had been arrested and taken into custody after the girl and her mother were stabbed. That has now been classified as actually, it would appear, only the girl suffered injuries. The blood on the mother was from the daughter. And now Ion Pinatru, if I'm saying that correctly, who's 32, has been charged with attempted murder and appears in court this morning. Kate Becks is a KC, criminal barrister at Red Line Chambers, specialising in cases such as these. OK, if you would, explain to the listeners what happens next.
Morning. So he'll appear at the Magistrates' Court and his case will be transferred to the Crown Court. And then in a few weeks' time, he'll appear for the first time at Crown Court, probably the Old Bailey. And at the Old Bailey, he'll be asked whether he enters a plea or not. And if he doesn't enter a guilty plea, then it will be put off for trial.
Now, I'm in the media, and you are a legal professional. It seems to me that cases such as these are starting to increase in frequency. Is that simply because they're making more headlines, or you're at the thick end of this? Is that the reality as you see it? Kate?
I think it is, in fact, just because of the way they're reported. So I had a look at the statistics behind knife crime in the United Kingdom, and in fact, knife crime, whilst obviously still too high, it is in fact lower than it was in 2018 and 2019 prior to the pandemic. So there was a significant drop during lockdowns and the pandemic, but we're not actually back at pre-pandemic levels. So I think it is more of a perception than a reality, happily.
Well, that's good news. What might be behind that, lastly, Kate?
Well, again, the statistics make depressing reading. Almost 20% of knife crime is committed by those under 18, so 10 to 17-year-olds. And I think anybody that lives in the city will know that we have a problem with youth culture of carrying a knife for their own protection, it being cool. And those statistics, that 20% of knife crime is committed by those under 18 are mirrored by those who are then the victims of knife attacks. 20% of those hospitalised as a result of knife crime are under 18. So there's definitely an issue there, and one that needs to be sorted, and I don't downplay it at all, but it needs to be viewed in its context, that it in fact isn't worse than it's ever been and doesn't seem to be on an inexorable, ever-increasing rise.
Let's hope it continues like that, Kate. Thank you for your input. Kate Becks is a KC criminal barrister to be found at Red Line Chambers, 7:26. Let's get into a reaction then to the report put by the CQC into the failings, the litany of failings of the Nottingham triple killer. Graham's in Bradford. Graham, what needs to be done now? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Nick. I'm 61 and I've had paranoid schizophrenia for 40 years.
Right.
Now, schizophrenia is quite a common condition, Nick. 1 in 100. So that's 680,000 people in the UK.
What is it exactly? Graham, what is it exactly that you suffered with then, just to boil that down a bit?
Paranoid schizophrenia, Nick, is quite a common condition.
I'm so sorry. What I meant was, when you are suffering, how does that show itself? What is the effect on you? What happens to you is what I was trying to ask, Graham.
Oh, well, I've heard voices and seen entities all my life, but I've got a very good care package now, Nick. I've got a CPN.
Sorry, what does a CPN mean, sir? I don't know what that means.
Psychiatric nurse who I can contact at any time.
Right.
I'm on a depot injection once a month, which I've never missed.
Right.
I'm on 4 tablets which I've never stopped taking.
Are you able to work, sir?
The medication, Nick. And I know
Are you able to work?
I'm not able to work, no, unfortunately not.
Okay.
But with enough money, you can manage the condition quite adequately.
Okay. How many years have you had this condition, Graham?
I've had it 40 years.
40,
I've never been
okay.
in trouble once.
Oh, well done, sir. Do you think there is enough resources and money for your team to look after you? Have you noticed it's got worse over the last 10 years? Has it got better over the last 10 years? What would you say?
What I've noticed, Nick, over the last maybe 20 years, but the last 14 years, definitely with the last government, is that a lot of the nurses are getting burnt out.
Right.
Take time off. EPNs.
Right.
Staffing levels.
Okay. We're battling, if you can hear me, sir, we are battling. Thank you very much. Be well. We've battled with quite a bad line, and I think it's finally given up on us. But, Graham, thank you for that, and well done for taking the medication. And I hope things improve for you. Thank you. So let's talk as well about the events in Leicester Square yesterday. I think it was around 11:30 yesterday morning. Maddie's in Dulwich. Maddie, now, I have to warn you, this is going before the court, so if I suddenly shout at you, well, not shout at you, shout over you, it's just to explain. What's the point you want to make, Maddie? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Thanks again.
Hello, sir.
It's really, really sad for this little girl to go through what she gone through.
Tragic.
This is tragic indeed. This is a sign that everybody in the United Kingdom should unite against this criminal gangs fraud.
Yes.
And look at the security guard, Abdullah. I guess he's a Muslim. And, this should show that not Muslims only that involved in this. Everybody can be
So what we're saying is salute the bravery of this gentleman who happens to be a Muslim who dived in and risked his life to stop the attack.
So what can they tell the thugs that are doing this riot about this security guard? He put himself.
I see. Yes, indeed. So the people who 10 days ago decided. Yeah, I see what you're saying. We should point them towards this brave bloke in London.
Towards Abdullahi. Abdullah, we congratulate him.
Absolutely.
And this is a sign that everybody in the United Kingdom should unite against all these thugs and get them out of the way and let United Kingdom become United Kingdom.
That's a great point you make, Maddie, and you've done brilliantly. You didn't get anywhere near anything that could influence a trial if and when it goes to trial. But I wonder if knife crime will be dealt with as quickly as we saw, of course, those riots. We'll have to wait and see. Maddie, have yourself a good day. Coming up after the news, I've said it before, I'll say it again. It was an X-rated shambles when President Donald Trump spoke with Elon Musk.
I knew immediately that it was a bullet. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other.
So that's a man who was a president. What about a man who was a prime minister, Boris Johnson? A new job lined up for Bojo, but where is Bojo to go? We'll find out after this. It's 7:31 just. You're listening to Breakfast with me, Nick Ferrara, on LBC News Time. Thomas Watts.
A review has found errors in judgment contributed to the Nottingham attacker, Valdo Calacane, not getting adequate mental health support. He is serving an indefinite hospital order after killing 2 students and a school caretaker last June. A 32-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder over a stabbing in London's West End. Iwan Pintaru is accused of attacking an 11-year-old girl in Leicester Square yesterday morning. Sir Keir Starmer's urged Iran to refrain from launching an attack on Israel. The Prime Minister spoke to President Masoud Pezeshkian last night, warning of a serious risk of miscalculation. LBC weather, cloud and rain spreading across northern and western areas, staying dry, bright and warm in eastern England, a high of 26 degrees.
This is LBC.
Oh no! Someone is stealing the smiles from Happy Meal. Join the mission to get them back with the minions from Despicable Me 4. Only in cinemas. Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 27th of August, from 11 a.m. Includes one pre-selected book or toy, while stocks last.
Summer at Waitrose is good right now. Here's the perfect excuse for a barbecue. Pick up succulent chimichurri bavette steaks, spicy harissa halloumi kebabs, and juicy beef and bone marrow smash burgers. Just a selection from our 3 for £12 barbecue range, online or at your local Waitrose. Grab your tongs and turn up the grill. Waitrose. Food to feel good about. Selected lines and stores subject to availability.
Imagine if that mate, you know the one, could actually take a pic of your festival fit and get the DJ in too. No need to imagine. Just unfold your new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 and watch as AI and auto zoom fits everyone and everything in shot. Now that's defo going on the grid.
Galaxy AI is here on the Galaxy Z Flip 6. Claim £150 cashback when you purchase before the 13th of August at participating retailers. For cashback, claim from Samsung within 30 days of purchase. T's and C's apply.
I've just sold my car. We Buy Any Car would never buy a car this flash, would they?
Yes, mate. They literally buy any car, even old bangers. Just sold my car till we buy any car.
To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at webuyanycar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit webuyanycar.com/info.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
7:34. Lauren, you'll be the next caller if you're just waking up after 7:30 alarms. 7:34 now. We're talking the disastrous failings of those who failed to treat, actually, the Nottingham triple killer. There's 8 chances missed, sectioned 4 times. The last time, by the way, under the wrong aspect of the Mental Health Act, so they weren't allowed to give him a certain type of medication if he refused it. More on that in a moment. As I say, Lauren, you're the next caller. Into the world of business. Let's welcome Andy Sylvester, who's business commentator, former editor of City AM, and some unemployment figures have just dropped. What are they telling us, Andy? Good morning.
Morning, Nick. A little bit lower than expected. 4.2% is the unemployment rate out of the Office of National Statistics this morning. Economists had been expecting it to be around 4.4, 4.5%. So that's good news for the Bank of England, who, of course, cut the interest rate earlier this month. They would have been hoping that they didn't see that they got it wrong when the retrospective data came out. Wage growth also at its lowest level since, I think, May 2022. Don't quote me on that. The start of 2022, anyway. Yeah. Which also is another good sign that inflation very much in the rearview mirror. That should allow the Bank of England to cut rates. Perhaps this data might even strengthen the case for a September rate cut to go along with the August cut.
All right, let's move to other stories. Reminding listeners, of course, Boris Johnson was the editor of The Spectator in in a unique journalistic career. And when people leave editorships, Andy, all sorts of opportunities present themselves. He was an you got that one. He was an MP and a PM indeed, and now he might be, Andy.
He might be global editor-in-chief of The Telegraph.
What a great title that is. Expense account, travel the world, responsible for nothing. I love it.
Head of special projects. So Boris
revamping news and current affairs. Yeah, go on.
Boris has been sounded out by Nadine Zahawi, another name from Conservative politics of the past. Nadine is attempting to organise a buyer for The Telegraph. It was bought by an Abu Dhabi consortium. Somebody else will need to.
I think we're having problems. You know what, Sport? Because it's been quite bouncy. We're going to get you back on the landline while I talk to Lauren in Bury St Edmunds just to conclude the Boris Johnson story. And there's a couple of other important ones. So we'll bridge that. Lauren in Bury St Edmunds, thank you. Talk to me about this appalling catalogue of failures. What do you want to say? Good morning.
Morning, Nick. I'm almost speechless, to be honest. 8 chances missed, 4 sections, and the fact that, we're just going to continue to cover this up, are we? No one is going to be held responsible. And like you said, what an insult to the families of those victims to call these people professionals. Like you said, they shouldn't be taking the rubbish out. They shouldn't be filing paperwork. It's an absolute disgrace.
Why is it? And it's important to say that the woman with whom we spoke, she's not in any way responsible for this case.
Yeah,
but it seems people almost... not necessarily to defend, but to almost find excuses for a failure of this level, which has left 3 people dead.
Exactly that. And, I understand mistakes happen in all professions, but when it's on this level, there just isn't an excuse. There is no excuse. And to try and tell these families that, it was a mistake, it's just not enough, is it? It's not enough. And it wasn't just one opportunity missed, was it? It was all of those opportunities that were missed. It's not an isolated thing, and to put someone under the wrong section, and the fact that they knew that he was probably going to go on to do this,
Yes.
it's beyond words. As a parent, I'm just absolutely appalled, you know.
It's pretty frightening, isn't it? It's pretty.
Yeah, it is.
Lastly, I mentioned that the father of one of the victims, Grace O'Malley Kumar, who is a doctor himself, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, says he's quite disgusted that people haven't been identified. I think he's probably right, the doctor here, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, people need to be held accountable. The more that we protect these people, what are the consequences? If you're going to be protected, there is no consequences. There's no comeback on it. You can make these mistakes. They can continue to happen, and you'll never face the repercussions.
Lauren, enjoyed speaking with you. Thank you. Coming back to Andy Sylvester in just a second. One other point that Dr. Kumar makes is that the refusal by Callaghan to take his medications, why didn't that disqualify him from the lesser manslaughter charge as opposed to murder? Because surely that should have been put before the court. Because his refusal, the killer's refusal to take those medications, obviously, we now know, led to the tragedy that played out in Nottingham last year. If he wanted to go, that means that it can't possibly be allowed manslaughter. Surely. This does need an urgent review, doesn't it? Lauren, thank you. Andy, we were halfway through. So Nadim Zahawi phones up his mate Boris and says, do you want to be global editor of The Telegraph? And there's a job to do. And what do we know happens next?
Morning, mate. Nadim Zahawi goes off and finds someone who likes the idea enough to put up 600 million quid to buy The Telegraph, is the short answer. And that person might well exist. There is money potentially in Belgium from an outfit called Mediashareon, as well as a variety of private equity operators who might see the opportunity. It would be an extraordinary way for Boris Johnson's journalistic career to turn, but, you know, there have been extraordinary turns in the past.
Are you surprised how long it's taken for The Telegraph to find a new home?
Yes, short answer.
What lies behind it, then?
I think there's... buying newspapers is a funny old business, and a lot of people would like or perceive that it would give them political influence. Now, of course, with the politics of the UK at the moment, owning the Conservative Party sort of organ, as it were, is maybe not as appealing as it used to be. But, of course, it was bought. It was bought by an Abu Dhabi consortium. It's just the government stepped in and said no foreign ownership of newspapers. So my sympathies are somewhat with Telegraph staff, to be honest, who've had this hanging over them for some time now.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Right, no foreign ownership of newspapers. Foreign ownership, though, it would seem of a sizable stake in BT. Andy?
Sunil Bharti Mittal. He is an Indian telecoms entrepreneur with an awful lot of cash because he runs India's second largest mobile telecoms network, and now he owns 25% of BT. He bought the stock, or will buy the stock, from a French billionaire who is selling down his shares right across the world, actually, Patrick, in order to deal with his own debt pile. Good news for BT is that Mittal is fully backing of Alison Kirkby and the board and the strategy, and he's said, which the government would no doubt be pleased to hear, that he's not interested in a full takeover of the business. He just sees this as a vote of confidence in the UK.
Finally, last week, or it might have been the week before, I spoke to the new boss at Heathrow Airport who said everything was flying high and going well, but not so this morning, it would appear.
One little wobble, yeah. Last year, the government introduced a £10 charge for transiting passengers from the Gulf. So if you fly in from Dubai, land in Heathrow, do a bit of shopping, then fly on to New York previously, and the only beneficiary there really was Heathrow Airport. Now the government takes a tenner. Heathrow saying that that's cost them 90,000 passengers this year because people are, changing at Schiphol or whatever it might be, or Paris. The government is going further. It's going to introduce that for the rest of the world in the not-too-distant future. It's an incredibly bureaucratic process, and I can see why Heathrow are annoyed this morning. My one slight health warning on this, Heathrow have for a number of years been pushing to put up the passenger fee by a lot more than a tenner, so perhaps the extra tenner was going into their pockets, maybe less so when it was going into the government's coffers.
Andy, if they don't go for Boris for that global ambassador job, global editor, as always, you standing by. Andy Sylvester, business commentator, former editor of City AM 742. So let's go to this extraordinary, well, they call it an interview. The clips I've heard, a lot of interviewing going on. Elon Musk's conversation with the Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, marred by technical issues, goes off about 40 minutes late. That's blamed on a cyber attack, arguably about the possibly the most exciting that happened through the 2 hours and 16 minutes. But here we are. Musk opens the interview with an apology.
We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines, like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated.
So what did we hear? Well, Donald Trump went on to describe in detail the attempted assassination.
I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear. We had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other.
And he touched on global warming.
You know, the biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise one-eighth of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming.
Let's go to Angie Wong, who's U.S. political commentator, Republican delegate from Florida, joining me now. Thanks for taking the call. What did you learn? Good morning.
Oh, what did I learn? Well, it was an intimate conversation, as Elon Musk likes to say, with about 1 million people. It wasn't that much. If you've ever attended a Trump rally or followed Trump over the years, he has his talking points, and he made sure he got out his campaign talking points during the X Spaces conversation with Elon Musk. I thought he sounded very grandfatherly, actually. I thought he was, trying to be intimate with his followers. Ultimately, it was another campaign stop for him, and, he got a lot of good media time out of it. It was trying to reach a much younger audience here in the U.S. That is the big fight in this election season, is the young vote. And now that we see that Kamala Harris has jumped into the race, she has now taken back the Democrat young vote. So I think that is the fight. It's going to be the young vote and the Jewish vote here in the U.S.
The Harris campaign described last night as two self-obsessed rich guys who cannot run a live stream in the year 2024. That seems a withering but fair assessment, Angie?
Well, it was funny because if you remember when Ron DeSantis launched his presidential run on X and X Spaces, he had the same difficulty. They had a blackout when he was trying to launch, and that was a big misstep. So I think this is a technical issue. I know that Elon Musk tried to blame it on the government, and, it was certainly the crowd to say this is the government's fault or, someone's trying to hack us. Ultimately, it's probably a technical glitch. We saw the same thing happen with Ron DeSantis. Kamala Harris, of course, she's going to take her digs. And I'm glad to see that, finally we have a real presidential fight, because we certainly did not see that with Joe Biden.
Finally, where do the polls put us at the moment, Angie?
Well, the polls are funny. The polls put us pretty much 50-50 between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. But remember, Harris is receiving her honeymoon right now. She's getting her momentum, and a lot of it is bought. I mean, I could buy polls all day long as a political consultant. We'll see if she can last the full 90 days with the smoke and mirror show that we're seeing right now. Ultimately, it is bought momentum. The same way Ron DeSantis had it for 90 days when he first launched, before the public realized, I'm not sure if I really want to buy into this presidency.
Angie, thanks for taking the call this morning. Angie Wong, U.S. political commentator, Republican delegate, joining us from Florida. Coming up after the news, we'll go to Ukraine, which, of course, Ukraine is going into Russia. President Volodymyr Zelensky.
As well as the operation in the Kursk region, General Syrskyi reported that about 1,000 square kilometers in the Kursk region are under our control.
More on that after this. 7:46 LBC News headlines. Thomas Watts.
A review's found a mental health trust minimised or omitted details of the risks posed by the Nottingham attacker Valdo Calacane. A 32-year-old man's been charged with attempted murder over a stabbing in Leicester Square in central London. The Prime Minister has urged Iran's president to refrain from attacking Israel. LBC weather, cloud and rain in the north, dry and bright further east, a high of 26 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. Long delays again this morning on the North Circular Road, westbound from Henley's Corner to the Brent Cross flyover. There's still only one lane open for the emergency repair works. In Tottenham, Gloucester Road stays closed both ways because of an ongoing police investigation. Outside Manor House Tube Station, Seven Sisters Road is closed westbound, and that's because of a burst water main. The High Road stays closed eastbound from Goodmays to Chadwell Heath after an accident. In Brixton, there are delays on the A23 in both directions because a bus has broken down at Atlantic Road, and therefore Atlantic Road is closed both ways. On the Underground, the Piccadilly line and the Metropolitan line can't run up to Uxbridge. It's all down to a signal failure.
LBC.
People say us cats have it easy, but it's not all sunshine and catnip. I mean, someone's got to have a daily battle with your bedroom curtains. So after a long, hard day, my human better bring me a delicious bowl of Whiskers. So many flavors to choose from. I'm talking to you, Kevin. It's almost purr o'clock. Don't let me down. Whiskers. Purr more.
Text Nick Ferrari now. 84850 LBC.
Imagine if that mate, you know the one, could actually take a pic of your festival fit and get the DJ in too. No need to imagine. Just unfold your new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6 and watch as AI and auto zoom fits everyone and everything in shot. Now that's defo going on the grid.
Galaxy AI is here on the Galaxy Z Flip 6. Buy now at Sky Mobile from £37 a month, including the new Buzz 3 Pro. Ends 28th of August. See sky.com/mobile for terms.
I've just sold my car.
All right.
I got a quote in 30 seconds from We Buy Any Car. Drove to my local branch in 13 minutes, and cash is getting sent to my bank.
Oh, nice.
Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car. Just sold my car to We Buy Any Car.
To find out how much your car's worth in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at webuyanycar.com. Admin fee may apply. For more information, visit webuyanycar.com/info.
You know my friend from work?
Yeah.
He's dating that woman who does the show. You know the one.
Who?
It's been going on for quite some time. Apparently, several months now.
He what?
No, don't tell anyone.
Do you wish that life came with subtitles? At Boots Hearing Care, we can help you hear more of what you love. Book your free hearing check today at bootshearingcare.com. And for a limited time, get up to 15% off personalised hearing solutions and spread the cost with our interest-free payment plans. Visit bootshearingcare.com for details.
If you were inventing a business today, you'd do right by people. It wouldn't be owned by a wealthy few. Those who use it would own it. You'd lower the price on things people actually buy and share your profits with your communities. If you were inventing a business today, you'd invent Co-op. Owned by you, right by you. Co-op membership required, £1 joining fee. See coop.co.uk/add terms for details.
This is LBC. Message Nick Ferrari on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060973.
10 to 8, we're focusing on this devastating CQC Care Quality Commission, or total lack of quality, by the way, report into Nottinghamshire Counts, Nottinghamshire Social Services handling, and mental health organisations handling of the triple killer, reminding you, you'll hear from one of the victims' mothers later in the show, 8 chances, 4 times this man was sectioned, other times he was arrested, one occasion he punched a police officer 3 times in the face, he assaulted one of his flatmates. He said that he could hear voices. He tried to break into different apartments on a number of occasions because he heard that his mother was being raped within those apartments. He clearly was a ticking time bomb and is allowed to walk the streets. Understandably, one of the victim's fathers, who himself is a doctor, is in the NHS saying those who should be held to account should be named. This is what you're saying. Terry Burnett in Salford, yet another inquiry into a ghastly murder where unnamed, unaccountable individuals and NHS employees will be holding interminable inquiries. This government makes me sick. Need to say, they will have inherited, they've only been in power a month and a half or whatever it is, but as regards the inquiries, yes, I hear exactly what you say there. Sandy in Amersham, I'm sick of listening to the avoidance of the sort of person I heard from you this morning. Those dealing with the failure of the Callacane case must be identified and be accountable. They're releasing him to the public as responsible for 3 people being killed. Enough with the excuses. Clinical professionals are too ready to give mental health patients the benefit of the doubt. Paddy says, as an approved mental health professional, I am professional, Nick. The system is broken. No beds, no doctors, notwithstanding complicated systems, too many cooks impact on service delivery. The NHS is broken. Terry says, how about stopping turning psychiatric hospitals into luxury apartments and bringing them back? Care in the community is not working and failed many families with these tragedies too many times. Same subject. This was again. Oh no, I'm sorry. If you sent one email, I won't, or text, I won't read another one. Let's have one last one here. Here we go. This is from John, who says this case clearly shows that the ombudsman system does not work. They're supposed to be able to sit above all these various health boards. I think you mean health services. Yet where is action taken? Well, to that point, John, it's quite difficult to take action if you don't actually know who the people are, which is why I support the idea from one of the victims' fathers that these people should be named. We'll see what one of the other victims' mothers makes of that a little bit later. 7 minutes before 8. Now, to the story that leads some of your papers this morning. President Zelensky warning last night that war was coming home to Putin as the week-long Ukrainian assault inside Russia forced tens of thousands to flee. Here we are hearing from the Ukraine's president that 1,000 square kilometers of Russia were now under Ukraine's control.
As well as the operation in the Kursk region, General Syrskyi reported that about 1,000 square kilometers in the Kursk region are under our control. These are, in particular, the areas from which the Russian army launched strikes on our Sumy region. For today, and since June 1st, there have been almost 2,100 shellings of the Sumy region's territory. Therefore, our operations are purely a security matter for Ukraine, the liberation of the border area from the Russian military.
For the Russian side is Vladimir Putin.
There is already a response from Russian citizens. This is unanimous support for everyone who is in trouble, support for the army, and an increase in the number of people willing to join our men, the fighters who heroically defend Russia with weapons in their hands.
To Oz Chatterjee, who's a freelance journalist based in Kyiv, joins me now. Are we hearing from any senior Ukrainian military men exactly what the plan is, how long they want to hold this territory? Morning to you.
Good morning. So listen, we didn't really know anything at all in any detail coming out of either Moscow or Kyiv until basically yesterday. And as you said in the intro, 1,000 square kilometers is the territory that's being held now. That's the first indication that we had from Kyiv at all. On the Russian side, we heard that it was 28 settlements. According to the local authorities speaking to Putin, that the Ukrainian forces now control. As regards to what the actual objectives or aims of this operation are, no. Kyiv hasn't said that, and we've had speculation from Putin, who said yesterday that he thinks the Ukrainians are trying to, strengthen their hand in any potential peace negotiations. And I think the working theory that's been going around here among analysts is that it may be the Ukrainians may be trying to set up some sort of land swap. We control your territory, you control ours. If you give us back this much of our territory, we'll give you this much back of yours. That seems to be the working theory that analysts and even Putin himself think the Ukrainians are going for. I think the big question that we had was, is this just a quick cross-border raid, or are they planning on digging in and occupying territory? Which, before this operation has started, if you said, listen, the Ukrainians are planning to occupy Russian territory, a lot of people would have said, what are you talking about? That's absurd. But the fact is, what we're hearing, and reliable and credible reports, that Ukrainian forces are digging trenches, digging into the areas that they've taken, that looks like this isn't just going to be a quick few days in and back out raid. It looks like they are trying to occupy Russian territory. The question still remains, what are they trying to occupy territory for? Are they planning on occupying it long term? We don't know the answers to these questions yet, but we remain asking them.
How much, Oz, is this deemed a failure of Russian intelligence?
I would say it's a very large failure of Russian intelligence, but it looks more like Russian hubris than anything else. I mean, I think I'd like to remind your listeners that it was only a few weeks ago, March, that the Russian operation from Belgorod pushed into the Kharkiv Oblast in Ukraine and started to occupy areas in Kharkiv that the Russians had been previously pushed out of. Now, intelligence reports after that happened and the Russians eventually got bogged down in fighting there were that the Russians were planning something similar from Kursk into Sumy. And the intelligence had been swirling around that for a few weeks before later dying down. what seemed like the Ukrainians got lots of men in position, which, would deter the Russians from trying to do something like that. The Ukrainians took it a step further and decided that not only were they trying to deter any potential future incursion from Kursk into Sumy, that they were going to launch an incursion of their own. So again, yes, I would say not only is it a failure of Russian intelligence, it's also a failure of Russian troops to show any commitment or fight to want to protect their own territory. The complete opposite of how Ukrainians are fighting. They're not surrendering en masse to Russian troops. The Russian troops aren't advancing. They're being held back by defensive positions. Whereas inside Russia proper, the defences were melting away within the slightest bit of pressure from the Ukrainians.
Lastly, you mentioned the Russian side. The Times in London is reporting there's videos on social media showing dozens of young Russian conscripts who've been captured sitting by the side of the road, abandoned cars, people leaving their homes. Huge embarrassment in the Kremlin, surely, Oz.
Yeah, embarrassment. I'd go further. It's a humiliation, and you can see it etched into every line of Putin's face when he's been sat there in these meetings, listening to his officials tell him what's going on. He looks furious, he looks humiliated, and it's not the first time in the war that has happened, particularly the Kharkiv-Kherson offensives and what happened in Kyiv. But this looks like the biggest one of all, because this is in his own backyard. And Putin runs his country on the brutally authoritarian style, with the kind of gambit to his population is, you don't involve in politics, I'm a dictator, but if you do that, I'll make sure that we are secure, we're safe, the same similar situation that Netanyahu had in Israel.
Oz, we'll leave it there. Thanks for your comprehensive report. Oz Chatterjee, freelance journalist, joining us from Kyiv. All right, the conversation moves on. Coming up after the news, the number of channel crossings hits the highest of the year, 703 in one day. The total, 4,768. Now Home Secretary Yvette Cooper speaking with me prior to the election, June, about plans for a border security command.
Also, will introduce a new border security command to go after the criminal gangs, because they are wreaking havoc along our borders, and they've been allowed to do so.
James cleverly interrupting there. Plus, Megan McClay shared this video diary with us after she received her first treatment, funded in part thanks to your donations.
Hello. So, it's been done. Yay. Feels crazy that it's done. It's done. It's amazing.
More on that after the 8 o'clock news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 8 o'clock, a review has found a mental health trust minimised or omitted key details of the serious risks posed by Valdo Calacane. He is serving an indefinite hospital order after stabbing 3 people to death in Nottingham last June. The victims' families say the services involved in his care have blood on their hands. Rebecca Hilsenrath, the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman, has been speaking to Nick.
The problem is, of course, that if you discharge too early, you simply go into a cycle of readmission, which is what we've seen, of course, with Mr. Calacane. That is neither safe nor balanced, nor the best thing for the individual or the community, and it's nor is it actually the best use of resources, because it actually costs more in the long term.
A man has been charged with attempted murder after a child was stabbed in Leicester Square in central London. LBC's Helen Hodinott has more details.
Police say the 11-year-old girl's injuries are serious but not life-threatening, and her mother wasn't injured. It was later confirmed that in the aftermath, blood from her daughter's injuries had been mistaken for her own. Officers were called to this London tourist hotspot yesterday morning just after 11:30. Iwan Pintaru will appear in court later, accused of attempted murder and possession of a knife. Helen Hodnott, LBC, Leicester Square.
The Prime Minister has warned Iran's president of a serious risk of miscalculation if it decides to attack Israel. Sir Keir Starmer spoke to Masoud Pezeshkian last night. Tehran has vowed to make Israel regret the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh last month. Ukraine says its cross-border assault has captured 1,000 square kilometres of Russia's Kursk region. Moscow's forces are struggling to repel the surprise operation, which began a week ago. Donald Trump's taken part in a live conversation with Elon Musk, covering issues including immigration and the attempt on his life. Mr. Musk blamed a cyber attack for technical problems with the live stream on X overnight. The rate of unemployment fell to 4.2% in the 3 months to June, down from 4.4% in the previous 3 months. Earnings growth dropped to 5.4%, but pay is still rising much faster than the rate of inflation. In the city, the FTSE 100's reopening at 82.10. The pound buys $1.27 and the euro 16. LBC weather: cloud and rain spreading across the north and west, staying dry, bright and warm further east, a high of 26 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Thomas Watts.
Here she is, the three-time world champion. What has she got in store for us today? Things are starting to heat up. Here she goes.
Triple builders, double stir. I don't believe it. And a chocolate digestive to finish it off. A thing of beauty. You have to say, the judges are gonna love this one.
British Gas, powering home fans during this summer of sport.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Good morning, 4 minutes after 8 on Tuesday, August the 13th. Hopeful in opposition, hopeless in government. The government's plans now to try and stop those small boat crossings. More than 700 arrived on Sunday, obviously fueled by the hot weather. Just a whisker under 5,000 since Labour came to power. Remind me, what was that plan again? Plus, in other news, commentary of Graham Thorpe for England, tremendous England batsman, or batter as we say these days. Final test innings, 2005, he gets 66 not out, of course, against Bangladesh.
And that bludgeon boundary takes Graham Thorpe to another Test match 50. He's 39.
You may recall we learned of his death at all too young. Earlier now, it is revealed after his widow gave an interview to Michael Atherton, one of his teammates, also journalist for The Times, that Mr. Thorpe took his life due to depression. He felt his family would be better off without him. We'll look at that in more detail. I'm afraid it is a grim news agenda as well, because the triple killer in Nottingham, the failure outlined by the CQC Care Quality Commission report. One of the victims, Barney Weather, his mother Emma, speaking with me back in May after the conviction of the killer was not reviewed. Remember, families want to move it up from a manslaughter charge.
It's not a full stop. It's one part of this enormous maelstrom of investigations and reviews that we're looking into now, 8 in total.
She joins me later in the show, and the senior police officers who didn't get the top jobs because they were white British.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
I wonder whether Rwanda would have worked. We'll never know. Ludicrous amount of money, hundreds of millions. The Labour Party say 700 million. Sorry, the Labour government now say 700 million. The Conservatives counter it's 300 million. I mean, even if it was 300 quid and nobody ever went there, it would be too much. But would it have worked? Well, remember, prior to the election, and I think it's fair to say outside of the economy, the general state of the country's finances and crime, this whole issue of people arriving in the country was a pretty hot one, wasn't it, prior to the general election? And Labour seemed so full of ideas. But where are they now? More than 700 small boat migrants reached Britain on Sunday. That's the highest daily total under Labour so far. And since Labour came into power, the number is that we know of is 4,768. Now, the same day saw the deaths of 2 men. Do you remember we talked about this yesterday? 2 men after a migrant dinghy got into difficulties in French waters. That takes the total number of people that are known to have perished making this crossing over the last few years to 175 people lost their lives. So whatever you think about the numbers coming here, just think that 175 people, some of whom undoubtedly will have been children, trying to come to this country with nothing more than the hope of a better life, and they never made it. Now, we can see that Rishi Sunak's idea of stop the boats was farcical, and I remember challenging him, hopefully you remember me challenging him, why he ever chose those words. You're never going to stop the boats. I know what he was getting at, but it was insane. So what of Labour? Well, as Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, now of course Home Secretary, in June, Yvette Cooper took part in a head-to-head with the man who was in the job, James Cleverly. Ms Cooper explained what Labour's new border command was and how it might work.
So ours is a proper overarching border security strategy and command, because we know from a whole series of independent reports that border security is too fragmented and too broken.
So it's just another squad then?
No, all they've got is a small, limited programme around the operations in the Channel. It's good, it's important, but it's not enough. You've got to go after the gangs before they get to the Channel. You've got to stop the boats before they reach the French coast in the first place. You've got to go after supply chains, and we would have up to 1,000 additional cross-border police, intelligence and security officers and investigators, and new counter-terror powers, all of which they are not doing.
So let's just pause and review. How's smashing the gangs going, Home Secretary? No, not at all. How's getting someone to command the border command, to be its director or chief officer or whatever? That's right, you can't recruit anybody, because I'm told nobody really fancies the gig, fancies the job, because it's a cobbled together amalgam, if you will, of existing... And as I always say, in policing circles, if in doubt, form a squad. Like we saw with the riots, a standing army. Do you remember that one? If in doubt, form a squad. So this squad is called a border command. We can't find anybody to run it. Meanwhile, people are continuing to cross in almost record numbers and continuing to perish as well. Where is that Labour plan? Gunesh Kalkan is head of campaigns at Safe Passage International. In one sentence, if you would, please, what is Safe Passage International seeking to bring about? Good morning to you.
Good morning. Firstly, I'll start by saying that it's absolutely tragic that 2 more people died crossing the Channel on Sunday.
Yes.
And that took the number of deaths to 25 this year alone. What we've seen is we've had 14 years of cruel policies towards refugees from the previous government, and in that time, crossings have only gone up. Labour have come in with a huge majority, and we need a bold and a different plan from them. They have ended the Rwanda plan, which is an important first step, but they're still focusing on policing and deterrence, and what we've seen is that just doesn't work.
Right.
What we think at Safe Passage International we need instead are safe routes for people to be able to come to the UK without risking their lives in the Channel. Otherwise, we're just going to see more of the same.
You say cruel policies by the previous government. What were some of those policies?
Well, we saw that the previous government wanted to ban refugees from being able to come to the UK, which the Labour government have now overturned. And we saw
that's simply not true. There was the settlement of people from Hong Kong, there was the settlement of people from Afghanistan, there was the settlement of people from Ukraine, tens of thousands of them, Mr. Cox.
Exactly, and so they limited those schemes. They limited those schemes only to certain groups of people and tried to stop them from everywhere else, and that's the problem. And
you don't believe in controls at all, Mr. Kalkan?
No, but what we need instead is safe routes, because if we don't have those safe routes, what happens is people are having to take that dangerous journey across the Channel.
Talk me through how that would work. If, say, someone's come from, for the purpose of debate, Iraq, how does that safe route work for him or her or them?
Oh yeah, exactly. So what we're calling for is a refugee visa, so that people from areas where there's war and persecution are able to access that visa and come to the UK safely.
So there's no check. Everyone can come here.
No, that's not the case. But for example,
how would you determine who was eligible to come here?
It would be based on where there are areas of war and persecution, as I said. So what we've seen, for example,
with just about everywhere, sadly, isn't it?
Well, no. What we saw in Ukraine, for example, is that there was a safe route, and so people did not have to cross the Channel. They were able to access that visa. They were able to come to the UK, and in the end, only 2 people from Ukraine did cross the Channel. People don't want to cross that Channel. They don't want to risk their lives.
But you're still not explaining. So people want to come from, let's choose Lebanon, because it's not particularly pleasant in Beirut at the moment. How would we determine whether, if you're coming from Lebanon, you're allowed in, are you? That's it?
No, so what you would do is so one example that you could do is you would focus on a certain number of people from an area where there is war and persecution, whilst if people do come to the UK, they would still have the
So
right.
let's say you're going to allow 5,000 people for Lebanese folk in. The 5,001st is told no. Is that right?
Well, you would have criteria in place to target the most vulnerable or to target groups that need that support most urgently. But I think the point I'm trying to make in terms of what the previous government has done and what this government unfortunately is continuing is focusing on deterrence. And we've seen, in the last 14 years that just doesn't work.
Thank you for your time. Ganesh Kalkan is Head of Campaigns for Safe Passage International, 13 after 8. Listening to that is Sarah Pownell, who's Border Management and Immigration Expert and served as one of the Chief Immigration Officers for UK Border Force at Heathrow Airport. What do you make of the Labour plan, smashing the gangs and a border command? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Nick. I'm not in favour of any kind of labels that people apply to their different plans. But, and I'm not going to be drawn into the politics on either side of it, but when we're talking about migrants in general, the reason why we're seeing so many people on these boats is because all the other clandestine routes have been shut down. The people who are travelling in the back of lorries, all this kind of thing, with the advances in technology, they've been found. And so this is why people are being forced onto the boats, because that's their only route. But going back to what your previous caller was saying about safe routes are the only way to do it, as he already mentioned, in that we didn't see people forced onto boats with the Ukrainian scheme. And I'm not saying that every country should have free and easy access. Not everybody wants to come here, Nick. We've got to remember that when you're looking at asylum seekers or refugees around the world, the majority stay in the neighbouring country. The people who actually arrive in the UK are a very small percentage of the people who are forcibly displaced. And that's what we have to remember. It doesn't matter what the media is saying on the front page of the newspapers on all this kind of thing. We are not the big attraction that we seem to think we are.
Let me ask you, you rightly point out that people arriving in trucks and vehicles has virtually stopped, but if someone is found in the back of a vehicle at Dover, is he or she sent back across the channel? What happens to them?
It depends, obviously, where they're found. If they're, as you know, when you're with the juxtaposed controls over in Calais, this was one of the reasons for it, so that when people are found, then they're still on French soil and they're handed over to the French. If they're then found in Dover, they've arrived in the UK, and so their asylum claim will be processed. But that in itself has been neglected, in that the asylum backlog is growing exponentially as well. We need to get the number of people sitting, waiting in a queue of decisions, that we need those decisions to be made, so that if any government is looking for a deterrent, then the quick decision-making for asylum seekers, if you're going to lodge a spurious claim, then that would also be a deterrent. But, I mean, people are just sitting there waiting for, and, the general public, as we know, are fed up of people or local government spending a lot of money on housing asylum seekers in hotels and things. And a lot of that is down to the fact that the decisions are not coming through quickly enough.
And finally, you talk about safe passage or corridors or whatever. What would the criteria be used to assess whether someone could stay in this country or not, or could apply to come to this country or not?
Well, a lot of that will be nationality dependent, and also where you're going to locate these centres, because obviously, I used to work in Sudan, for example, and as you know, there's been a war going on there.
Yeah.
No, you can't obviously run a visa application centre in the middle of Sudan, because people were being forcibly displaced within the country. But if you've got neighbouring countries where the people have already got family in the UK who can support them and look after them, people who've got qualifications, all this kind of thing, then, rather than them spending thousands of pounds to these smugglers, then that's how we should be treating them.
Sarah Pownell, thanks as ever, Sarah, your border management and immigration expert. Well, the government's been in for, a little over a month, and it would appear to be going backwards. Do you really think this squad or border command will make any difference? Perhaps the government was wrong to scrap Rwanda after all? We'll take your views after the 8:17 LBC News headlines read by Thomas Watts.
A review has found opportunities to mitigate the risk posed by Nottingham attacker Valdo Calacane were missed. A 32-year-old man has been charged with the attempted murder of an 11-year-old girl in a stabbing in central London. And Sir Keir Starmer's urged Iran to refrain from launching an attack on Israel. LBC weather, cloud and rain in the north and west, dry and bright in the east, a high of 26 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. The North Circular Road was closed briefly westbound at the Crooked Billet interchange following an accident. It's all open now, but there are still long delays on the approach. Also on the North Circular Road, there are queues westbound from Henley's Corner to the Brent Cross flyover. It's all down to the fact there's still only one lane open after that burst at water main. In Brixton, there are queues on the A23 Brixton Road in both directions. It's because a bus has broken down at Atlantic Road, and Atlantic Roads also had to be closed as a result. On the train, South Eastern services still can't run via Nunhead. It's all down to a signal failure. Thameslink services are running through the area, but with delays, and on the underground, severe delays on the northern and metropolitan lines.
This is LBC.
McDonald's breakfast deal. Succulent sausage and egg McMuffin and a white coffee, all for just $2.79. Something that will make anyone a morning person. So morningy that even the birds are more morningy. McDonald's. Until 11 a.m. Not available on delivery. Exclusions apply. Price of participation may vary.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £51 million.
Now that calls for a dance. How about a salsa?
How about a two-step?
Woo! Somebody's got moves.
It's all in the hips, my friend.
Woo!
Get that Euro Millions feeling tonight. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on app. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Who doesn't love summer? Try asking anyone with a hot, stuffy apartment or listed building in London. Anyone who thought that aircon wasn't an option. We're here for them. We're here for you. For years, Cool You have supplied and installed fully internal aircon systems with no mess, no fuss, and no external condenser. So head to coolu.london today. Cool You, for a cool, comfortable home.
It's our 50th birthday, and the one and only Double Big Mac is back at McDonald's. Hang on, I know the moves to this one. Make space! McDonald's 50th birthday! You're all invited! Until 3rd of September, from 11 a.m, participating restaurants only, subject to availability.
You could be our next Win Plus winner. Enter now to win big cash prizes and loads more at winplus.co.uk. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
Let's dive into some of the social media and the texts concerning illegal arrivals. Channel crossing, 703. Oh, this was on Sunday. That's the highest under Labour, taking the total to 4,768. Now, of course, one of Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's first acts in office was to scrap the Rwanda scheme. We'll never know if that was going to work. You may recall that James Cleverly, the then Home Secretary, someone, of course, is vying to be the new leader of the Conservative Party, he cited a story done by one newspaper, the Daily Telegraph, which claimed that people were standing in Calais, or possibly even sitting in Calais, were waiting in Calais, hoping that Labour would get in because that would allow them to cross and come over. If you recall, understandably, it was something that the Labour Party, as they were prior to the election, and now obviously the government made a lot of noise about, talking about this border command, scrapping the Rwanda deterrent, smashing the gangs, but none of it is happening. A couple of emails on this, and then we'll move on. Keith in Leatherhead. 14 years of failure by Conservatives on illegal immigration, and you supported the previous government, a new Labour government in power for weeks, and you're starting to attack them as having no plan. You are simply too biased. Gordon in Herne Bay says the immigrants are taking the cruel passage your contributor just said because it isn't cruel. Well, I don't know about that, Gordon. 175 people tried to cross the channel and didn't make it. One last one on this. This comes from Rob. Two-tier Keir Starmer and his army isn't working. He's come for old people and their heating allowance Now there's VAT on school fees and he can't even control the boats. OK, keep them coming as we move to other matters. And the desperately sad news that emerged yesterday, that the death of Graham Thorpe, who, if you are not a cricket fan, he was an extraordinary player, having to play for England at a time when perhaps the team wasn't performing, wasn't firing on all cylinders. He carries so much responsibility. And here's a little of the extraordinary man in action.
Nice shot from Graham Thorpe. That's nicely played. Easily eased through there.
Having a game plan and mastering, the short, fast bowling is important.
Oh, that's beautifully played. Just hooked it away as easy as you like. That's four. We like this man Thorpe. He's aggressive, he's positive. He's got strokes on both sides of the wicket.
It's an awareness of where you need to be, what sort of positions you need to be in if you're going to attack a delivery.
Oh, lovely shot. They're not missing too many loose ones.
And also, if the bowler gets it into the right place, how you can leave or defend it comfortably.
And that bludgeon boundary takes Graham Thorpe to another Test match 50. He's 39.
Well, Amanda, his wife, or widow now, and their two daughters, Kitty and Emma, spoke yesterday of Thorpe's battle with mental health and hope that his fights on and off the pitch will inspire others. We now know that although he was a hero for many, he died aged 55. He'd previously ended up seriously ill in hospital a couple of years back after an attempt to take his life then. Let's bring... Oh, you heard there, I'm sorry, Graham Thorpe playing in the Ashes. You also heard him again batting against Australia. His 66 not out against Bangladesh. I mean, that was how he walked to the pavilion for the final time. And briefly, a bit of the man reflecting, and Ben himself reflecting on his career. Let's bring in Jeremy Snape, who's a former England cricket colleague of Graham Thorpe's, and now a sports psychologist. So, Jeremy, this man was a hero, blessed with the most exquisite skills, cheered at grounds all around the world, and yet battling with these demons. Why would that be? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And it's such a tragic loss, as you say, for his family, Amanda, Kitty and Emma, and for the cricketing community, and for so many people who thought he was a hero. And as you've just heard from those clips, a bombastic player, a tenacious player at when England needed him most. So it's a huge loss for us. But mental health's so complex, isn't it? The fame and fortune that we put people up on pedestals, but at the end of the day, they're just human beings and suffer the same illnesses as anybody else.
So here's the thing, Jeremy. I watch cricket a lot. I played, but only at school level. To do what he did, I think he batted 4 or 5, didn't he, Graham? He would have gone in at times when the whole innings was falling apart, and he had to effectively carry it all on his shoulders. So he could be extraordinarily robust. He could close his mind down to, I'm sure, a lot of sledging from the Aussies and others. He would stand there in the blazing heat. He would get the whole innings, he'd get the whole team back on track. And yet, inwardly, he's going through hell. How can that be?
Well, I think, the line of questioning suggests that, if you can face fast bowlers, you can face inner demons as well. But it's not always that simple because our brain's so complex with, physical structures, chemical and electrical pulses going around our brain all the time. And it's, so dynamic. So when we have an illness in our mental health and our brain, it's nothing to do with how strong we are. We don't say people are weak if they've got cancer or they've got another kind of illness. So it's not about mental strength in that sense. It's an illness. And I think that's what his wife and family are so keen to do. Just to say that people suffer with this and need support.
Noting that you're now a sports psychologist, how can you start to determine if a teammate, if indeed yourself, you're starting to exhibit signs of depression? What are they?
Yeah, well, I think we all fluctuate up this spectrum. I think we hear at the moment, everyone says they've got a mental health initiative, for their business. But actually what they're talking about is a mental ill health initiative. And I think as we become more nuanced in our understanding of mental health, we'll see that some people need clinical intervention at the bottom end of that scale. And some people are doing quite well at the top of it, but we all move up and down it on a daily basis. So just that ability to be aware of our mental health, like our physical health. We might say, oh, I've got up out of bed this morning, I've got a stiff back. That's a part of our physical health that's been compromised, but we tend not to spot fluctuations in our mental health so much. So I think it's first of all just the awareness that these things can change. no matter how successful or wealthy you are, it can affect anybody, and that we need to talk about it. I think that's probably the most important thing, because when we do get to this really challenged state where we can't really see a way out, that's a long way down the line, and we've got to make sure we're making it a much bigger part of the open conversation and not trying to say that it's weak to talk about these things. It is actually the most courageous thing we can do, and also make sure that we're connecting with our friends and loved ones in a way that when we ask them if they're okay, we really care and we really listen, rather than just asking and moving on like we do so often.
What do you recall of your times with Graham Thorpe? How would you describe him?
Well, he was a free spirit, in the dressing room. He was very understated for his legendary status, as you say, 100 tests and 82 ODIs, 9,000 runs. He was a cricketing legend. He was ruthlessly focused on the pitch, but fun and mischievous off it. And, having toured India and New Zealand, long tours, you need great characters. And he was a brilliant mentor for the young players coming through, and just a brilliant man. And it really is a huge loss for the cricketing community and everyone who loved him.
And just lastly, what additional pressures are there in being a top sportsman or sportswoman? What does that bring?
Well, I think there's a few parts to it. Certainly the expectation to be perfect day in, day out. We sit in our armchairs pressing the red button, and we don't see that a team has travelled, across the night, across buses, across flights to get to the next stadium, had physiotherapy, had to eat certain things and get in ice baths and all that sort of stuff. And they do that day in, day out. Now, people listening will say, well, they get well paid for it. Yes, but it still takes a
but they don't see their families. It's the most extraordinary lifestyle, isn't it?
Exactly. And I think the other side to it after sport, which is what we often see, is that, one psychologist said that athletes are the only people who die twice, because you lose that physical identity of using your body as your, main identity and talent, and then you have to retrain and do something completely different in the second career. So there's a huge amount of support that goes around athletes at the moment. I'm sure the Olympians have got huge support programs, but I know that being involved in the Professional Cricket Association and the ECB and also the LMA, which looks after the football managers, there's huge support in this area. And it's really important that anyone that is struggling or wants to talk to people, that they just start by either, speaking to the Samaritans or close friends, and just starting that conversation early. That would be my main message.
Jeremy, thanks for your time this morning. Jeremy Snape, you played cricket for England alongside Graham Thorpe. You're now a sports psychologist. If you suffered with that, if they had that level of depression, what is heartbreaking in the interview that his widow gave to Michael Atherton, who was, of course, another teammate of Thorpe's, he believed we would be better off without him. His wife and children would be better off without him. If you ever had those darkest of thoughts, how did you get your way back from that? We'll take your calls on that. And, sorry, we will get you, Paul, Mohammed and others. You want to have your say on what I think is complete lack of action plan from Labour, or from the government now, I should say, rather, as regards to small boat crossings. That's coming up after this. It's 8:30, you're listening to Breakfast with me, Nick Ferraro on LBC. Let's get those headlines from Thomas Watts.
A review has found a mental health trust minimised or omitted details of the risks posed by the Nottingham attacker, Valdo Calacane. He stabbed students Barnaby Webber and Grace O'Malley Kumar and school caretaker Ian Coates in Nottingham last June. A 32-year-old man has been charged with attempted murder over a stabbing in central London. Iwan Pintaru was accused of attacking an 11-year-old girl in Leicester Square late yesterday morning. Ukraine says its forces are now in control of 1,000 square kilometres of Russian territory. A senior commander says troops are continuing to conduct an offensive operation in Russia's Kursk region. LBC weather, cloud and rain spreading across northern and western areas, staying dry, bright and warm further east, a high of 26 degrees.
LBC.
Toner and ink.
Get yours in a blink and for less than you'd think at cartridgepeople.com. For unbeatable prices.
Cartridge People.
Printing sorted.
See online for our price promise.
Got the need for speed? At TalkTalk, you can go faster for less. Our full fibre 150 is now the same price as full fibre 65. So speed up on the UK's most reliable broadband technology without paying a penny more. Search TalkTalk Full Fibre. TalkTalk for everyone. Terms apply. See talktalk.co.uk for more details. Subject to local availability. Ends 28th of August 2024.
In Wren's big summer sale, get a Neff dishwasher for just $149. Offer applies when you buy 5 or more units. Ends the 21st of August.
Imagine if you had the cycle data to beat the ultimate competition. You. No need to imagine. The new Samsung Galaxy Watch Ultra uses Galaxy AI to automatically compare today's race to previous ones, giving you key data and insights to keep improving. 20 seconds faster. Eat my dust, me.
Galaxy AI is here. Buy the new Galaxy Watch Ultra today. Requires smartphone operating on Android 11 or above and the latest version of the Samsung Health app. Route must match the pre-generated path. Samsung account required.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £51 million.
Now that calls for a dance. How about a salsa?
How about a two-step?
Somebody's got moves.
It's all in the hips, my friend. Get that Euro Millions feeling tonight. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Play on air. Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
McDonald's new mix and match menu. Choose any 3 for just £3. Like a cheeseburger, fries and an apple pie. Or a mayo chicken, McNuggets and an apple pie. Or an apple pie and an apple pie. To share, obviously. The mix and match menu. Any 3 for £3. Ends 27th of August from 11 a.m. Selected items only. Delivery uplift and fees apply. Subject to availability. Price and participation may vary.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:33. If you're just joining us after the alarm clock went at 8:30, you're 3 minutes in. 8:33. We're talking about the disappointing fact that more than 700 people made that small boat crossing. It wouldn't appear that any of the Labour talk. Now their government is planning to keep them back, so let's get your voices on about that. Paul's in Leeds. Paul, what needs to be done, would you say? Good morning.
Hi, I don't know what needs to be done, but I live near Wakefield. I don't know if I can mention the hotel. There's a big...
I'd rather you didn't, simply because of what we've seen, but thank you. I'm very grateful for you asking in advance, but it's where these people are housed, is it?
Yeah, there's 306 migrants in the hotel.
Goodness me.
And that's all they do is house the migrants. And there were a lot of these riot things that happened last week. There were a lot of people outside the hotel.
Oh, right, okay. Yep.
So basically, according to the government figures, last year 74% of asylum claims were granted, and this year it's 60%. It's actually down at 62%.
Yep.
So what is everybody's saying you need to deal with the issue.
Apa tuh? Latihan sendiri dulu.
I don't know your particular part of the country, but I doubt that you're blessed with housing, jobs, or necessarily the infrastructure of doctors, hospitals and schools, are you?
Well, no, but we don't have 210 houses, because most of these are single men. We don't have 210 free houses in Wakefield to house 210 migrants. And this is copied all over the country with thousands of migrants.
Turn right.
62% are going to be granted asylum. Where are you going to put them if it's not hotels?
I don't
Keep
know.
right,
it's not my policy.
and then
should
turn
happen?
right. Turn right.
I listen to you all the time, and I don't think anybody's got an answer.
That's the problem.
Well, if it was me, and I said this, the government would pay me, and I would go over there with a Stanley knife, and I'd go slashing all the diggers out into the water.
Keep left,
the police just
and
come
then
there
turn
and
left.
go in the water. I mean, what's the point of spending all the money?
Turn left.
You give the French £400 million, by the way, to help.
It's ridiculous.
What do you think the impact will be ultimately, Paul?
Well, these riots happened last week because this Labour government don't get a grip of it. I can see it happening again and again and again because
Get ready to turn right.
I've got a heart condition and I can't get to see my own doctor because my doctor's surgery is full of,
Well, it's full of everybody. It's
Turn
going to be
right.
full of people who, of course, have grown up in that area and full of people whose parents, grandparents. But as you say, you've got 300 plus people staying in that hotel, and if it is that 60-odd%, you've done the maths, you've worked out it's 200. But what you don't do, of course, is then attack the hotel. It's not their fault. But you do look at what the government is going to do. It talked tough in opposition. Now, I know we're only in several weeks, but it can't even find a director of the new border command. What does that tell you? Well, thank you. Mohammed's in Stoke-on-Trent. Mohammed, good morning. Yes. Yeah, good, thank you.
Turn right. You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now
of command will do it, and then he's going to go intelligence-led, go further up the conveyor belt. It's what he says.
That's a foreseeable policy which is going to take time.
Yes.
The action needs now. He needs to get the Navy aware of it to stop these boats sending back to France. The pump coming from the boat, they send over the boat.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I say, some of these vessels is quite if you're trying to send them down the Channel, you're probably going to sink it. So I don't know that that's actually going to work. Well, France don't have to accept them, of course, but at the moment France is just...
Detrimental effect on this country.
Right. Do you think the Rwanda plan might have worked, Mohammed?
No, absolutely not. It's a waste of money, I think that was.
Okay, all right. Mohammed, thank you. We'll take more calls on that. This is the reality, of course. They made all the promises in opposition, and what are they
Oke, kita sudahi dulu live streaming hari ini. Terima kasih bagi yang sudah menonton. Jangan lupa subscribe channel ini ya. Kalau begitu saya Yudi pamit undur diri dulu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dadah.
We now learn that he took his life with his death at age 55, and it wasn't the first time.